House Bill 1172, and you did fill out a pin card, right? I did. Oh, yeah. That were, yeah. Okay. You can worry about the pin card later. Just anybody else has got a pin card, please send them forward. Just bring them over here, and we'll bring. I don't want to get too far behind. Okay. Great. All right. So I will hear from the sponsor, Representative Nab. Good morning and welcome to the Commerce Committee.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, committee members. Thank you for considering this legislation today. My name is Allison Nab. I am the state rep for Rockingham 12, which is Stratham, New Hampshire, over in the Seacoast. This bill is being introduced out of concerns of constituents in Stratham. I have several constituents that form a condo association in town that represent several condominium areas, and they had two concerns with the RSAs around meeting noticing as written. The first is a requirement for condo association meetings, which is currently 10 days. There was concern about that being too long of a noticing period for condo associations to be able to make decisions. So the legislation as written would amend that to a 5-day notice period for condos where 70% or more of the residents are full-time residents of the condos. They had originally proposed 24 hours, which I think is probably a little short for a condo association. So the 5-day noticing period for associations where most of the residents are full-time seems appropriate. Their other concern was the language in the RSA as it stands is a little gray around whether, what's that? Oh. It's a little gray as to whether committees of the association also are subject to the same noticing requirements, and I know there's some debate as to whether that's unclear or not. They feel that it is, and these are people that want to be following the RSA to the letter of the law. So the change to the legislation would allow for committees of the association to not be subject to the same noticing requirements so long as they're not taking action, signing contracts. This would allow them to do things such as meeting with landscapers, other contractors, and I think this is a good adjustment to making sure that if you're trying to make appointments with landscapers and the like, you don't have to say, I can't do it for 10 days from now. So it would allow them to meet with contractors and have flexibility around that. So those are the proposed changes, and I am happy to answer any questions you have, and I thank you for your consideration.
Okay, any questions from committee members? We're just getting arms out. So you're trying to shorten notification days, and your reason for shortening the notification days is 10 days is too much?
It allows greater flexibility for condo associations where most of the residents are full-time residents. So that's who this would apply to. If 70% or more are full-time residents, it gives them more flexibility. And in Stratham, it's not a tourist town. This is the case. Most of our condos, that's where they live. Those are their homes. So I have a constituent who is going to speak to this a little bit further, the motivation behind it, but that is the purpose, is to make the notification shorter.
Okay. Fair enough. I guess we have no more questions for you. Thank you very much. Okay, so Dean, Dean Lennon in support of the bill, sorry. Right, got 1172, we have another 1172. Gary. Yes, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dean Lennon. I am an attorney licensed in New Hampshire and Massachusetts, focused on condominium law, and the organization I'm with is CAI, the Community Associations Institute, New England chapter. We support this bill because, for the reasons stated by the sponsor, I do think there are good reasons to have meetings where minutes are not required, where things are a little less formal. Not every condo is run like a Fortune 500 company, and this bill reflects that. I think 5 days notice is also sufficient in most cases, and there's an argument for 10 being too much. So, generally speaking, I just don't find this bill to be there's nothing deleterious about it. So we can support the bill. Thanks.
Okay, Anybody have any questions? Oh, okay, we do have a question. Go ahead, Representative Spear.
Having lived in a condo once a long time ago, my recollection is 5 days was a problem only because so many people were on vacation at various times. Do you see that as being a problem?
I mean, it could be. I think the legislation covers.
Well, let me just pick up on that. This is condo day, and we're going to hear a lot of different condo issues. So, in terms of what she was just saying, the 5 days, if there was an issue that was a certain member in the condo who had strong opinions about it, and if we move it to 5 days and they just happen to be on vacation, and the board decides, "Oh, great, this is our opportunity to take this issue up while that person's out of town," wouldn't that be a problem?
That could be, but I think. But if they were, they could just.
Turn on your mic, please.
If the board was engaged in shenanigans like that, and they knew Mr. Smith was going away in 2 weeks, they could just schedule the meeting for then. So 5 or 10, if the board is engaged in these sorts of shenanigans, I'm not sure any legislation will stop them. But the point, from my perspective, most boards are not involved in anything like that, and they schedule meetings when their members can make it and for no other nefarious reasons. So that concern, Representative Hunt, would not bother me personally.
Okay, Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking our questions. The 70% threshold, could you just explain where that number comes from and what happens if you're below that threshold?
Well, it's not my bill, so I don't know where that number was derived from. So I'd prefer the sponsor to respond to that. I think the idea was to, for communities where most people are investor owners, or it's a ski or lake house, that it wouldn't apply. But where the 70% came from, I can't say.
Just a quick
Follow up?
follow-up. Is that the right number, in your opinion?
It certainly strikes a balance. I think 50% would be too low. So I think something in the range of a supermajority does seem appropriate.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Richard Sweat. Now I got the right guy.
Good morning, Chairman Hunt and members of the Commerce Committee. My name is Richard Sweat. I reside at 26 Vineyard Drive in Stratham, New Hampshire. My background is I'm a United States Navy veteran. I've had a 33-year career in the financial services business. I've lived for 16 years at the Vineyards at Stratham Condominium. This is an over 55-year-old community. It's subject to the provisions of RSA 15, Housing for Older People. I have extensive experience in condominium governance and management. I have 16 years of living in a condominium, 6 years of service on the board, 4 years of service as a condominium president. I volunteer on various condominium committees performing maintenance services on common area infrastructure, and I participate in the Condominium Leadership Council. And thank you for hearing my testimony on this bill. I will say that the Condominium Leadership Council and Stratham Board of Directors support the enactment of HB 1112. We believe the bill will expedite and improve the efficiency of board decision-making in vetting vendors and vendor selection. The informal meeting decisions will be acted upon at the next scheduled board meeting. No votes on motions will be permitted. Now, we're getting into this 5-day notice, allowing 5-day notice before the board meeting, provided that at least 70% of the unit owners are full-time residents. This will allow for greater board flexibility in scheduling meetings and more complete agendas. The notice of meeting requirements remains unchanged. The notice shall state the time, date, place, and meeting agenda. Now, the 5-day meeting notice is an acceptable standard compared to RSA 9A, which applies to meeting notices of public bodies. RSA 9A applies to public bodies such as town select boards, school boards, zoning boards, public bodies governing large populations and authorizing the expenditure of public funds have fewer meeting requirements than condominium boards. The RSA 91A2 requires a 24-hour notice prior to a meeting and no agenda. The Section 7 purpose is to really clarify paragraph 1 that implies that all association committees are required to follow the meeting requirements of RSA B37C. We're exempt association committees from RSA B37C meeting requirements if the association bylaws do not authorize the committee to spend funds or enter into contracts. Association residents volunteer to serve on committees. If committees were required to meet the requirements of RSA B37C, participation on the committee would be significantly reduced. The Condominium Leadership Council and the Vineyard Boards of Directors support the enactment of HB 1112. Thank you for hearing my testimony. The question of vacations. At our condominium, we have 4 quarterly meetings. The quarterly meetings are posted a year in advance. They are in the middle month of the quarter. Every resident knows when a board meeting will take place and can either schedule their vacation around that time or not attend. At the board meetings, we do open with an open forum for resident members. That is where they speak. The rest of the meeting is closed for the board of directors to discuss a subject. Residents would have to be recognized by the chairman, and the resident would have to be on a committee that would be pertinent and germane to the discussion at hand. Why 5 days? The reason for 5 days is because one of our members looked at RSA 91A and basically said, gee, if these other board members that are other boards that are public only give 24 hours notice, why do we have to give 10? So we settled on 5. And that concludes my testimony. Thank you for hearing me out.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. All right, I have no more. Oh, yeah, it was Gary. I got you. Gary, sorry. Got one more card left. Good morning and
Hi.
welcome back.
Thank you. Good morning as well. My name is Gary Daddario. I'm one of the partners at Marcus Rico, Emmer & Brooks. Like Dean Lennon that you heard from a few minutes ago, I'm an attorney who practices condominium law here in New Hampshire, and that is my focus. All of my clients are condominium associations. I'm here today on behalf of the Community Associations Institute. They have a New Hampshire Legislative Action Committee, and I presently chair that committee. And I will be brief. We support this bill. As a committee, in general, we see no adverse effects coming from this bill. We don't, based on the changes that are being proposed here, we don't see any problems coming out of it. And frankly, with respect to Roman numeral 1, it seems like it would be very helpful for boards to have an outlet, even if it's just to do things like compare proposals that they've received for contracts, to have an outlet where they can meet and try to be productive and actually get some of the administrative work done, separate and apart from all of those sessions that they're already required by statute to have, open with the community to take various, issues of the community. Roman numeral 1 here would give the board a chance to work on some administrative items and to study the paperwork that they need to study at times when they need to do something like consider their vendor or the terms of a specific contract. As has been mentioned previously, this bill does not allow them to make a decision on that contract or to take a vote on it during that private session. And so I still think that the balance is struck in that this bill protects the community, because even after the board has met to compare these various proposals and so on, there would still be a vote taken relative to that vendor or that contract at the next open meeting. So again, we feel like the bill might have some positive impacts. We don't see negative impacts.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Having no more cards on 1172, I will close the public hearing. The next one. The next one is 12. Not the prime sponsor. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Hunt and my esteemed colleagues on the Commerce Committee. It's a pleasure to be here on this snowy morning. Thanks for making the trek to be here. Appreciate you. My name is Representative Rebecca McWilliams. I represent South Concord. And I'm here today to talk to you about how we decide if we're on a condo board, what kind of energy and what kind of utilities we are going to be spending the boards and the everyone on who owns a condo, everyone's money on what we're going to do with energy and utilities. So as just as background, as you may know, we have had some pretty severe price spikes in energy, both natural gas and electricity. And I know I assume you have as well, heard from constituents that the cost of energy is just exorbitantly high in New Hampshire. And what can we do as representatives to address this and try to mitigate the cost spikes? And so this bill is really an approach to address how do we pivot? How do we, and particularly condo owners, how do we pivot and how do we decide, okay, it's probably not working, whatever energy source we've selected to use for our condo, how can we change that as a collective group? So the intent here is really to get rid of what I see as an impediment and a concern. If you have bylaws for your condo that say you need a 2/3 majority decision to make a change, and that's pretty common, although it's not the only obviously written requirement. Sometimes it's a simple majority, 50% plus one. In very rare instances, it's actually 3/4, which is really hard to change your bylaws. But all of this is to say, okay, you have a potential change coming down the pipeline and you've decided you want to switch your energy source. This is energy agnostic. You want to change to natural gas. You want to change to electric. You want to put in solar. You want to change to propane. It doesn't really matter what kind of energy you as a condo owner want to switch to. The important thing here is we're trying to stay ahead of the market and allow the condo boards to pivot and to change your energy source without having what I see as a large impediment to being able to make that change. Now, I've talked to some folks who are very involved with this issue, and there's certainly a concern about when you have a large collective of units, and many of these units are actually owned by either one person or potentially by the initial developer of the development. Oftentimes, the 2/3 majority is required to make sure that the developer of the development or a single owner who owns many, many units is not playing king and making decisions for the rest of the condo unit owners. And so 2/3 was really meant to be a protection for everybody to create a larger hurdle to make sure that this is not being forced upon people. But considering what we've been seeing from constituents and concerns about energy prices, I would posit that this is probably not the sort of situation where we want to force a 2/3 majority. I think that in this case, it makes sense to make it a simple majority, 50% plus one, in order for everyone to have an informed discussion and to vote about how they're going to move forward and change energy or utilities. And so that's the intent of this bill, is to make sure that if and when a condo board and everyone who owns the condos decides they want to change energy and utilities, they can do it with a simple majority, 50% plus one. So I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, I guess I'll start right in. This statute, the 2/3, obviously has been controversial over the years. And even since we enacted it, when there was a condo reenactment, and this got stuck in there, and and I feel like we've had this issue almost annually about the 2/3 vote. So I guess I'm a little concerned is that we're chipping away at this and say, okay, but there's one thing we're going to say it's okay that the 2/3 won't happen, and that would be setting a precedent now for people to then say, but we got this issue and we got that issue, we got these issues and that issues. And before you know it, we've undermined the whole purpose of this 2/3, the supermajority, to have any of these votes taken. So I guess, do you understand that the committee should be extremely concerned to just pick one issue like this issue today? And I don't even know whether this has actually been a problem in the past, but to pick this one issue now is setting a precedent that we'll then have every year we'll have people come in and say, well, we want to add another item to this exemption.
Thank you so much for the question, Chair Hunt. Let me just start by saying, I understand that this could be precedent setting. I get it. Also, I think we're in a bit of an emergency situation where people's hands are tied and they are ready to change their energy source, but they can't scramble together the correct 2/3 amount of votes to get there. So they're really tied. Their next step is they need to sell their condo and find somewhere else to live because energy has become too expensive in what they're locked in because they don't have the votes to change the energy source with their condo board. So we're forcing people to leave their housing rather than changing their energy source. I think that's kind of a big deal. I understand the precedent setting and the concern that this is a slippery slope. I would say that that's our job as legislators to determine where do we draw the line and are there carve-outs that are necessary. And I would say in this case, considering the emergency that we're dealing with, I do think that this is worthwhile for carving out. You may disagree, and that's fine. But I think that sometimes something rises to the level of public concern to the point where we as legislators need to act. And I certainly understand that this may open the door to having more people file more bills next year if the governor were to sign this into law because of the concerns about, well, if they could do it for energy, then can we do it for X, Y, Z? Can we do it for other things? And that's part of being legislators is making that decision as a committee and as a body. What else is the appropriate thing to do for the people of New Hampshire? So thank you for the question.
Representative Ammon has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming and testifying and introducing the bill. Just reading the language around the proposed change, I have that in front of me. It starts out if more than 50% of the votes are acquired by a single person after developer control is terminated, then a supermajority, 2/3, is required. If we carve out what you're proposing, wouldn't that allow potentially a single person to change the bylaws and the budgets and the contracted property management? Because the beginning of that sentence says if more than 50% of the votes are acquired by a single person. So that would be a simple majority potentially by one person. Do you see that as a potential problem?
Thank you, Representative Ammon. That's an excellent point. A lot of this has to do with the number of units that we're talking about, right? It's different if there are 100 units than if there are 10. But nonetheless, if we say 50% of the votes, it could be 5, it could be 50, are still belonging to a single person, then we still have the 2/3 majority required to change bylaws. But with this carve out, we have 50% plus one. So you have that one person, let's say it's a 10 unit, just to keep it simple. One person owns 5 units. So they would need to convince one other unit to get 6 units to vote for the 50% plus one majority. Got it? So the math here is still, you need potentially one person if they have 5 plus a friend, number 6 unit, or if it's 100 units, then they have 50, they would still need to come up with that additional vote. So one person plus one. The 2/3 majority is really intended to protect everyone else. But when we're talking about energy, I think we're having some robust discussions here on condo boards, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but I have heard from constituents that this is a concern that they are locked into something very expensive for their heating this past winter. They'd like to change and they can't get the votes. So I guess the question is, would you see a potential amendment that could protect that one person having 5 or 50 units and allow more input from others without going to the 2/3? Is there a way to come up with better language?
Further question?
Yeah, just to clarify, this paragraph only kicks in if someone has more than 50%. So they would have to have 6 out of 10 or 51 out of 100. And so that single person would have a majority vote and be able to change these important documents. So yes, I think an amendment is a potential remedy. Thank you.
What'd you believe? Okay.
Thank you. I would believe that. And I would be open to an amendment that addresses that because I think that's a concern. I also think that locking in it at 2/3 is too high. So thank you.
Okay, Representative Thaxton.
Hi there. So as it happens in my world, I deal with condo associations, but on the western side of the state. So you've described this as a a crisis. People are being forced out of their homes. And I am not aware on the western side of the state where, what percentage of condominiums are operated or structured in such a way that what you choose to heat, who you choose to heat your house with affects who I choose to heat my house with? I'm not familiar with that. Are we talking propane or something, or what is this heating source that I'm forced into? Because the condos that I'm familiar with in Cheshire County and Sullivan County primarily are heated independently of each other.
Thank you for the question. Generally, this happens when it's a very large building with individual units that are all attached or connected, as opposed to standalone units. And the largest culprit during this past winter was natural gas. So we're talking about individual buildings or connected buildings that are all in the same heat system.
As a percentage of homeowners associate or condo associations in New Hampshire, do you think it's 50% are structured that way, or 5%, or do we have any idea, or we're just taking a guess?
I would be happy to do some research on that to get you an answer, but I can't speak and say it's X percentage.
Okay.
I have to admit, I agree with you. I thought every condo had its own meter. But evidently you're saying there's some that don't have separate meter. I mean, is this common room space you're worried about? Or is it the actual, all the units really only have one boiler in the whole building?
It's not a question of number of boilers, and it's not a question of individual meters. This is the energy source. Is it natural gas? Is it propane? Is it solar? Is it electric? Where are we getting our energy from for the condo? And so big picture, we are locked into this rate because we chose this type of energy. It's not, I spend more money on mine and you spend less money on yours. I set my thermostat at 65, you set your thermostat at 60. That's not the issue. The issue is overall, we are locked into a specific energy source because the condo board has decided this is the energy that we're going to have for our entire condo unit.
Okay, so we do have another bill that we're going to be talking about the propane contracts and people feeling locked into those propane contracts, which sounds like that's more the issue here than this particular issue. Because in generally, most condo units do have their own electrical utility in which you can then negotiate, I guess, the wholesale, who you're getting your wholesale from. But
I agree with you, Chair, but I want to be clear that if you have electric baseboard heat, you're going to be spending a lot more on your electricity than if you have some other form of boiler, whether it's oil, natural gas, or propane, because electric baseboard heat is the most inefficient type of heat we have. You could switch to something like a heat pump, right? A
Right.
heat pump would be way more efficient.
correct.
But big picture, we're talking about something that's been selected and chosen typically at the time that the condo was built. So some of these are from the 70s and the 80s. And if they're going to upgrade, they upgrade everyone at once. So we're talking about being locked into a specific type of energy. And propane is certainly a concern. I've heard the propane concerns, but the intent of this bill is to talk about energy as a broad swath and make sure that if the owners want to switch to a different type of energy, they can, and they're not locked in with something that's expensive.
Thanks for taking my question. And you had said that there could be an emergency in terms of the heating costs. And is there a dramatic difference between, you mentioned the electric heating boards, is there really a dramatic difference between that and some of the other sources that would force somebody to move?
Well, I think this is all anecdotal, right? I don't have the data to tell you it's going to be 3 times more expensive to use baseboard heat than to use natural gas. I can't tell you that specifically. I can say that we certainly have people who purchase a condo and think that it's a great investment and they're happy living there until they get the crazy electric bills when we have a winter where all of our energy costs are way out of whack, you know, based on international conflicts and also local supply issues. So when that happens, people say, what do I need to do to get my budget on track? I probably need to figure out my energy costs because that's the bill that's coming every month and it's way more than I budgeted for, right? So if you're using electric baseboard heat, just as an example, that is going to be something that you can say, oh, maybe I can switch to an oil furnace and I can spend less money on that, right? That would make sense because I know that it's an investment and I will probably save money down the line based on historical returns. And so I'm not going to play the role of financial advisor here. I'm just going to say when someone looks at their own budget and cost and they say, wow, I'm spending way too much on electricity this year. I got to do something to reduce that. These are the discussions we're hearing folks have at their condo board meeting where they say, hey, everybody in this condo is using electric baseboard heat. It's become phenomenally expensive. Can we switch to something else? So no, this doesn't impact the whole state. And certainly if you are in a detached condo unit that has its own electric supply and you are able to choose the supplier and you're able to choose whether you're doing electric baseboard heat or some other, say, heat pump for your own unit and it's not controlled by the condo board, then you are not subject to this discussion. You are outside of this bill because you can choose your own energy source for how you're going to heat your house, your condo in the winter. This is specific to when everyone is locked in. We're all using electric baseboard. We're all paying the, unfortunately, probably default service rate for that electric, and it's become exorbitant. So the goal here is to allow the switch without creating another hurdle.
Okay, we have more questions. Representative Spears next, and then we have Representative Sullivan, and then we have Representative Herbert, and I could tell you, you don't switch from electric baseboard to a heat pump system. That the condo has to vote for that change. The whole condo will have to vote to change the physical structure of the building.
So to
to put those
Representative
in.
Thaxton's point, where he said he has condos in his district where people control their own energy and they can choose which one they're at, that would be an example where one unit could go to a heat pump, if that's true, and I don't know if that's true, but I'm using this
Right.
as an example.
Right. I'm just saying, you're using an example which I don't think it makes any sense to me, because I cannot imagine that there is a single condos in this state that is using electric baseboard and has only 1 meter. I would guarantee you that any condo, if there are condos out there that are using electric baseboard, which there could be, I guarantee you they have their own meter for that condo.
I want to explain that this is not about number of meters. Every single unit has its own meter. That's intentional. Every single unit pays for their own usage. That's intentional. What I'm talking about is a tripling, sometimes quadrupling of the base rate.
Like we all did.
Yes, correct.
Everybody in the state.
It's not about individual meters. And I'm not trying to posit that there's 1 meter for 10 units or 100 units. That's
Okay.
not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is everyone is committed to a specific type of heat
Right.
in a self-contained condo unit building that everyone is all connected. They're all in one building, okay? They're all using the same type of heat, but they all have their own meters. So they can decide what they set their thermostats at, and they can decide how much they're going to spend because they can adjust their consumption, right? That's the standard base. But when the prices get so expensive that people are looking for an alternative to switch to some other type of energy, as a collective, all 100 units in this self-contained building, all on their own meters, they're ready to switch to some other type of energy. It takes 2/3 to say, all right, we're ready to go to whatever the source is.
Okay, you're using that example. If I have my electric, every one of them's got their separate electric bill, and they want to change their wholesale supplier, they would not need a vote. They could simply notify the utility company they want to change their wholesale supplier, and that's what we are aware as, and being on this committee, is if you were to do a wholesale change, i.e., change the actual heating system
Yes.
to each unit,
Yes.
that absolutely requires a capital structural change to the condos.
Yes.
And absolutely, that is really radical if you want to create an exemption for that. Because we have bills that say simple things like, what was the one? Oh, we had somebody wanted to put an antenna for his, what we had said, CB radio. No, what's the other? Shortwave radio. We had a bill in here that somebody just wanted to hang wires for a shortwave radio. Okay, and the condo associations say, that I think it has to be approved by the condos. Everybody has to agree. So if everyone agrees that they want to get rid of this electric baseboard,
You got
and
it.
they want to put in a heat pump system,
Yes.
you won't need just this little, I mean, to have this exemption would be pretty radical. Okay.
That's what it is.
Okay, so that the assumption would be is everyone agrees that they would want that change. Now, if some people want it and some people don't, now you're radically changing the look of the condo, and that is at the heart of condos, which is that has to be a uniform decision by all the condo members if they want to change and put heat pumps on the outside of all of some of them and not all of them. Just saying.
I understand what you're saying. I think we're getting closer to understanding each other's intent here with this bill. I think we're getting very close.
Good.
So the point of this bill is that it's energy agnostic, okay? It's not just about switching from baseboards to heat pumps. It's also about whether you want to go from baseboard to natural gas, all right? So you're going to add
No,
whole new furnace.
A baseboard could have gas, it could have oil. Okay, so what you
Yes.
want to say is, how about I just want to change who my natural gas provider was? Okay, that would be related to the tank. Okay, if each condo had its own tank, they easily would be allowed to change out their tanks without a vote from the rest of the.
So I think baseboard might be a red herring in this discussion. I was just saying electric baseboard is the most expensive, okay? That is, I don't recommend it for anyone. As an architect who does construction and projects like this, I would never recommend an electric baseboard because it's so expensive. Heat pump is an alternative if you wanted to go that route, but obviously there are aesthetic concerns. I agree with you. Do you want some bulbous things sticking off the back of your building? Probably not, and you need to figure out where to put the condenser units. It's a whole change. But if we're talking about furnaces, okay, if we're talking about you want to use gas versus, let's say oil versus natural gas furnace, right? And right now you're on electric baseboard heat, you would still need to find somewhere to put your new oil or natural gas furnace, right? And
The
then
whole
you're going to be
building
switching
has got a.
for every unit because
Yeah.
they're individually metered. You would be switching. That is a big change. Agree. 100%. So we have constituents who have sticker shock right now who are talking about, oh my God, how do I get away from this? I can't keep spending this much money on heating. Okay. And they're looking at these big changes and saying, all right, I want to stay in this condo. I want to keep heating, but I can't keep heating the way I'm heating. Okay. That is the intent of this bill, is to enable that switch and not make it a 2/3 hurdle in order to do a big change. But obviously, yes, I agree with you. There are aesthetic concerns. This is stuff that condo boards look at all the time to make the decision what is appropriate for our units. I would say you could probably do a ducted rather than ductless mini split system, so you don't have the bulbous piece on the outside if you're looking at alternatives. Okay, I'm not going to say that this is black and white, but there are many, many options out there. And I don't want to say that this is about a specific type of energy because it's not. It's about allowing people to make the choice and make the decision to change. Thank you.
Got it. Representative Spear.
A number of the changes that we're talking about, for instance, if I as a unit, and it could be in an attached condo kind of thing, wanted to put in solar, or if the whole condo wanted to put in solar, that's a capital expenditure. And to have it be decided by such a small number of people, because the sticker shock from the electricity may not be any more than the shock from the capital investment they're going to have to make. So I'm not clear on why we wouldn't want to have as much buy-in to this as possible so that the 49% of people who never voted on it don't end up suing all over the place. Anyway, I would like to know why.
Would you believe?
Thank you for the question.
Okay.
Thank you
want-
for the question. I don't really know what you're looking for in response from me on that. I think that this comes down to people making long-term decisions about their energy because it's a very expensive thing to budget for, and it's difficult to budget for when things change so dramatically year over year. So obviously this is a discussion that would happen at the condo board level, and everyone would show up to have their voice heard.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Did you fill out a card? I'm not sure.
Yes, I did. I
Okay,
gave you a pink
some-
card.
Do we have it? Okay. Do you still want to ask a question? Okay.
My understanding is it's electricity and gas. are the two forms that went up dramatically in terms of pricing. Would it be worthwhile to have a trigger? For example, where I live, it's gas, and it's gone up. Not something I can't handle it, but it's a lot of people know that the bill is a lot larger, and if you have a situation where you have a larger condominium association, 3 or 4 buildings, a couple hundred of this or that, but they're all on the same supplier, in our case, gas. Could you have a trigger point? Would it be worthwhile to have a percentage increase that would trigger the ability of the association to
Got it.
select somebody else?
I think we got the question.
I think that's a really novel question. If you're trying to quantify that trigger in terms of price increase and over a certain duration of time, like understanding our market right now, we are typically seeing 2 changes in prices. There's one in the spring and one in the fall. Okay, and hopefully the one in the spring is the decrease, and the one in the fall tends to be the really big increase, at least historically. So trying to set a baseline and saying, okay, if the cost per kilowatt hour were to increase by 200% or more, that is a trigger for this 51% change potentially, rather than 2/3. I could see that being a potential amendment to this bill to create some sort of mechanism to say it's become an emergency situation. We are suddenly in a situation where people are not able to budget for the crazy increase in cost, and so they're all feeling the hurt. I think that's a novel question, and it's probably worth discussing a little further if there's a way to come up with metrics. I'm just talking off the cuff because you posited it right now. But I do think that there may be some way to come up with some protection around that. I understand the chair is very concerned about a slippery slope and opening the door to more and more people trying to get a reduced vote threshold. But I think we as legislators, we as people who are elected to serve our constituents need to be sensitive to the needs of our constituents, specifically when we're all hearing the same thing about cost and energy prices. So there may be a way to come up with that. I'm open to further discussion on that.
Okay, I have one more question. Representative Sullivan.
Thank you. So kind of to go back to the wording of this, and I don't know if you will be able to answer, or maybe the chair might know best, but I'm looking at the 50%. This seems to only be relevant when more than 50% of the people or of the votes are acquired by a single person. So is this like a real problem, or the majority of condos, or even a sizable minority of condo associations have 50% owned by one individual? Because if that's not the case, it sounds like this is not relevant, unless I'm wrong. Is it 2/3 all the time, or only under this circumstance? That's sort of my question.
Well, what did happen, yes, it was 2/3. The supermajority was put in, and that was because of attendance for a meeting. And that if you're saying 50% is implying, the terms of the 50% plus one, and what if everybody attended. But what's more important that was if the vote went down. In other words, and again, the most classic example is the budget itself. If the budget was voted down, the concern was then now you have put every condo in a position where they are going to have a litigation. They're going to have a difficulty to finding the resolution. So that's why the supermajority was put in, the 2/3 was put in. It's been controversial over the years because everyone says that's outrageous that you have to have a supermajority to overturn the budget. And that's usually what we've seen in bills in the past. But it was a policy decision. It was worked out, negotiated over a long period of time, and the condo owners agreed, and agreed that that was the right answer.
So yeah, but my question is, it's the way I read this: if more than 50% of the votes are acquired by a single person, that's when the 2/3 majority kicks in.
That single person is a little misleading. That's just 50. It count. What happens if 50% is 50.5? So that single person language there is meant to imply, with the numbers we were discussing, that if you had 10 condos, that means 6 would be what you need. So that was the plus one single person is just a handle of fractions.
Okay, but like if is this relevant? I guess let's go to a 10-unit thing. Is 2/3 required if all 10 units are owned by 10 different people? It sounds like 2/3 is not required in that situation, right?
So if all 10 people have 10 separate units,
Right.
okay,
Then it's just a 50% plus one.
no, provided that. So in other words, that the majority vote would be required. That paragraph, excuse me, that's the language of the bill. That it was intended that 2/3 was for anything that you were changing budgets, bylaws.
Yeah, it's just, that's
contracting
just not how I
nature.
read it. That's why I'm a
Yeah,
little confused.
well, okay.
We can hash it out another time. But it just seems like it only
Whether we can
applies
have that-
when there's a majority ownership by somebody.
There was a majority. The majority.
see it-
The
it
assumption
even
was
seems
the
to read it the
majority
same
was
way.
written in most bylaws, and then we raised it to 2/3. But I grant you, the way it's written seems a little awkward. But basically, yes, 2/3 is pretty much everything that the board. So a majority vote the majority vote is everything, but bylaws, budgets, and contracts is majority vote. But if it's bylaws, budgets, or contracts with property management, then it has to be a 2/3 vote. Okay. Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is basically to clarify, because I got a little bit confused by what was just said. So I'm going to try and clarify with a concrete example, which happens to be my own. I live in a condo development with 200 units. Okay? More than half of those units are owned by one entity. I'm not sure whether it's a corporation or an individual human, but I don't think it would matter. So under those circumstances, to change the bylaws, we would need a 2/3 vote. But the question then is, if all of those 200 units were owned individually, that is, there was no majority owner, could the bylaws be changed if we chose to do it that way? Under statute, could the bylaws be changed by a majority vote? Thank you.
I guess I'll have to ask the lawyers, but they'll come up and they'll clarify this for you. Just okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
All right, Dean. And we're missing the card. Oh. Yeah. Okay.
Good morning again, Dean Lennon for the Community Associations Institute. I think we started off today being neutral on this. I think I'm far more against at this point. To answer Representative Gibbs' question, it's going to come down to the condo's governing documents. Sometimes it's a majority to amend bylaws. Sometimes it's 2/3. This existing bill requires the 2/3 if half the units are owned by a single person. And to address Representative Sullivan, that's exceedingly rare in my experience. It's exceeding.
Except it occurs in hers.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so why don't you answer her question? What exactly, if they were to change in her condos, given that 100 of them are owned by the developer,
Yeah.
probably?
She would need the 2/3 vote.
But what if they were all owned individually? then we could decide for ourselves whether we wanted 2/3 or a simple majority. Is
It,
that
it
correct?
depends what your existing documents say.
No, I understand that. But if we chose to have our documents, could we, under statute, make it a simple majority?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. So I think if we just assume there's an issue with heating costs and people being priced out, we'll just assume that to be true. I don't think this legislation fixes the issue because most of we don't see this issue, first of all. Because if you're going to go from baseboard heat to forced hot air or something like that, it doesn't matter. Go from A to B, B to C, it doesn't matter. Just pick your type of heat. It's such a profound change that it's just never going to happen. You're talking about ripping things out of walls. You're talking about installing things on the exterior. These are things that condos don't do. They have what they have and they deal with it. And I think the answer is what Representative Hunt said, and that's to switch your carrier or your supplier. Maybe you could get a discount from B, but not from A, so you go with B. And that's a board vote. You're not amending your documents to switch from one type of heating or one utility to another. That's not how you would do it. In my opinion, it would be an improvement. An improvement is something new. So you have grass, you want to install a tennis court. That's not something a board can approve because it's something brand new. It's not maintenance or repair. It's something that wasn't originally contemplated. So if you're going from electric baseboard heat to propane heat, to me that's an improvement because it's something that doesn't currently exist. And usually under your docs, anyone's docs, that's going to be a majority vote. But I think if it's not a majority vote, if it's a 2/3 vote, that's appropriate because you're not going to go from A to B without forcing owners to buy a whole bunch of stuff that's incredibly expensive. So if they're having trouble affording their utility bills, they probably don't have the money to buy a bunch of new equipment to switch over to the new source of energy. You just can't go from electric to propane without infrastructure. And that's the other issue here is, do we want a simple majority forcing ductwork to be installed on the outside of condos or heat pumps on the exterior? Some people don't mind the look, some people do. So I think if it is a 2/3 vote for this sort of thing, it's an appropriate hurdle to cross because we're talking about something so transformative for a condo. And I think just Representative Hunt's comments, I think, struck to the core of the issue. And from my perspective, our committee supports his outlook.
Questions from the committee? Yes, Representative McAleer.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. I just wonder if this whole thing is even necessary. Why not just go by the documents of that particular condo unit, which may say 2/3, may say a majority? I just find this unnecessary.
Yes, with respect to the sponsor, I also find it to be unnecessary. It's incredibly specific legislation, and it opens the door to another interest group trying to carve out their piece. I too find it to be unnecessary. And to Representative Sullivan's point, it's just, this is not going to cure a problem because most condos don't have a single majority owner. Some do, most do not.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do anybody else would like to testify? Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Because you were in the room when it happened.
Hi, for the record, again, Gary Daddario, testifying on behalf of the Community Associations Institute Legislative Action Committee for New Hampshire. I think a lot of the confusion today is that we're talking about the wrong section of the statute. We're talking about Section 39 today, a potential amendment to Section 39. And as was pointed out by Representative Hunt, Representative Ammon, if I got your name right, I hope, and Representative Sullivan's question, all go sort of to the heart of the matter from a statutory perspective. The section that we've been talking about this morning is the section that is there for those rare situations when there's a concentration of power at the association, meaning that one individual or one corporation owns more than 50% of the units. That's why that section starts out that way. And as long as we're in section 39, that's sort of the situation that we're trapped in, because that's what section 39 does. It addresses what happens when there's a concentration of power. A lot of questions have gone towards the issue of, well, what happens when that's not the case? What happens if we just have a normal, quote unquote, normal condominium where, units are owned by all different people, or to the extent that someone owns a couple of units, it's not consequential and it doesn't bring us to section 39? The answer to that question is that it's section 34 of the existing statute is where amendments in general are discussed. And so if you didn't have a concentration of power at your condominium and you were considering amending things, you would be at section 34, not at section 39. I think that's where the confusion is.
Great. Now, does this section 34 still have this thing about the 2/3 vote for budget?
It does. It does. To that, I would echo the comments that Dean Lennon just gave you, and that I think some of you have touched on as well, which is that for such a massive undertaking, I think the legislature got it right in looking for the supermajority of 2/3, because at an association, if 51% said we're switching from electric to oil, then the other 49%, which is a lot of people, get dragged along into an expense where you're ripping out the electric stuff, you're buying oil tanks, you're installing whatever equipment is going to run off oil. And that's just sticking with this example. In general, when you're amending your documents, it could be extremely important, because you could be talking about any issue that affects your association. But to the extent that you're making that type of fundamental change, because when you buy into a condominium, you are in the first place agreeing to live as a member of a group, it's appropriate that if a major change is being made, that it takes a lot of that group to want to head in that direction. That just makes sense in general.
Okay. Thank you very much, Gary.
Thank you.
Okay, having no more cards, we will close the public hearing. And now we have another public utility commission bill. Okay, 1430. Okay. So it is some time. So Representative Manos, sorry about our delay here, but I'm sure you found the previous discussion very helpful in understanding how condos operate.
I did, Mr. Chair. I welcome the discussion. My name is Zoe Manos. I represent Stratum, which is down near Portsmouth. And I'm very pleased to be here. I'm a freshman, so this is the first bill that I have sponsored and introduced. And so I'm very excited to do this. So this bill would enable non-commercial condos, and I want to emphasize that it's non-commercial, non-business condos, to receive residential electric rates. This bill applies to the condo association as the electric consumer, and not to individual homeowners, of course, are entitled to receive residential electric rates. So this would apply to the condo association itself as an electric consumer. This bill assures equity for condos so that common expenses such as lighting, well pumps, septic systems, and laundry facilities are treated as residential rather than at commercial rates, which are generally higher. This bill was requested by my constituents from Stratum. There's a condo leadership council in Stratum. Mr. Sweat is here and he will be testifying on my bill, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you for your testimony. And I see Representative Burrows.
Thank you for taking my question, and congrats on your first bill here.
Thank you.
My question is this a common practice to have residential units get that differential and be charged the business rate?
Right now, it's my understanding and it's my constituents' experience. And my constituents is there's an association of condo associations in Stratham. So there are multiple condos in Stratham, and their experience is that they are completely residential, but they are being charged commercial electric rates
Follow up?
and not residential rates.
Is that even legal?
Apparently it is. Mr. Sweat will testify
Okay.
more about this, but they had multiple discussions with the PUC, with the regulatory entities, and they were told repeatedly that they are not entitled, that they must be billed at the G2 rate and not at residential rates.
Thank you very much.
Representative Sullivan.
Thanks for your testimony. So just to be clear, I'm going to follow up off of her because I understood what you said a little bit differently. Are you saying that the individual private residential unit is being charged commercial, or just the common spaces are being charged at the commercial?
Just the common,
Okay, all right.
excuse me, just the common spaces.
Okay.
Individual unit owners are clearly entitled to a residential electric rate.
All right, thanks.
Any other questions? Representative Ammon.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking our questions. I'm just looking at the text of the bill and the bold section, which is the new language. And it says, and whether any commercial or business enterprises are permitted. So help me understand how that small change accomplishes your goal. Are there commercial enterprises sometimes run out of the common spaces that we were discussing? Just help me understand that phrase.
I'd be happy to answer your question. My intention here was that commercial condominiums, so for example, condominiums that have the barber shop in it and the restaurant in it and business condos, exactly. This bill does not apply to business condos. It applies to condominiums that are strictly residential.
So if I decide to have a business in my barn, shouldn't I say, well, if we were to pass this bill, couldn't I then say, well, anybody in New Hampshire who has a business enterprise on their property be able to be residential?
Thank you for your question. I think in general, and I don't know of any exceptions, that residential condominiums do not allow individual unit owners to conduct business out of their individual units. And so the example you gave of the barn would not be applicable.
Right. No, that's true. That part. I was just saying is that if I mean, if it's a business, so like if you have a barber shop, I assume that's a tenant. The barber is paying rent, and that's a tenant. That sure sounds like a business to me.
Yes, but that would be done in a condominium that is strictly a commercial condominium with that is a commercial condominium.
Okay, so that one's commercial. So we're talking about the hallways, open space? Is that we're
Yes.
talking about the hall?
Yes.
Things that are not necessarily commercially revenue generating?
Yes.
Okay, I misunderstood you. All right,
Yes.
great. Thank you. Representative Sullivan has a question.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm supportive with what you're trying to do. I'm not sure if I read this language as accomplishing that, but maybe I'm wrong. But it seems like I get what you're trying to do, but this doesn't sound like it clarifies it. But maybe somebody else here has a different read on this. But I'm just wondering if maybe this language, if people agree with me on this, maybe this language isn't right, and maybe there's an amendment needed or a clarification needed. I don't know. That's just sort of a would you believe?
Well, I would certainly be open to amendment and to working with you and the committee on amendments to it.
Get Representative McAleer.
Thank you. A question. It's not by law that utilities can charge the commercial rate. Is that correct? They can or they can't. My question is really, why can't a condominium association go to another electric provider and say, hey, they're charging us commercial, will you charge us residential? And there's different providers out there. Why can't they just negotiate that themselves?
I think Mr. Sweat can offer more direct information on that because he's had the experience with going through this process to try to get residential rates for the condominium association. But my understanding is in our area, it's Unitil, who's our default electric company. And when the condominium association approached Unitil and said, we would like the residential rate, they were told no, they could not. They had to stick with the commercial rate.
Okay. Yes, Representative Inman has another question.
Just one last question, thinking about the last few words of the new section there. It says that do not permit commercial or business enterprises shall be charged the same electric rates as condominium residential units. And in our previous bills discussion, we were talking that different units can have different rates, right? The owner can sign up for different services. So which residential units, provided that they could have different rates, which ones would they be required to give?
May I just have a moment to
Sure.
read the language here? Shall be charged the same electric rates as condominium residential units. Again, maybe this needs clarifying language because obviously individual unit owners can, as was discussed earlier, can choose their own supplier, and Community Power is coming forward, and so that choice can be made. But the intention of the language here is that commercial rate versus residential rate, not commercial rate versus having no choice on the residential rate.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
I think it may need some clarification in the language, but I understand the intent. Thank you.
How
again-
about swimming pools?
What about swimming pools?
Is swimming pools common space?
I think so, yes. I mean, some condominiums.
Because they can use a lot of electricity, right?
Yes. But again, it's for, a swimming pool is limited to the unit owners and
Right,
their
right,
guests
right,
and families.
right.
It's not open to the public.
Gotcha,
It's
like the
not-
barber shop. Right.
Correct,
Okay.
correct.
Wowee. Okay. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Sweat, I know you would like to speak, but I have someone here who has an opinion you might want to hear first before you testify. So, Chair will call on Griffin Roberge from the New Hampshire Energy Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Griffin Roberge. I am the State Energy Program Manager at the New Hampshire Department of Energy. And currently working its way around the room is a letter of testimony from the department on this bill. For the record, the department is opposed to this bill as introduced. Looking at the bill, Section 1, which is lines 1 to 4, require declarations for every condominium to include a description or delineation of the limited common areas, if any, showing or designating the unit or units to which each is assigned and whether any commercial or business enterprises are permitted. And then Section 2 requires condominium associations that do not permit commercial or business enterprises shall be charged the same electric rate as condominium residential units. Condominium associations may have common areas or jointly used facilities served by an electric meter or numerous meters. Electric service to these common areas or facilities provides a benefit beyond that provided to an individual home or residence. As such, the use of electricity in common areas or common facilities is not residential in nature, and thus the service provided is appropriately classified as non-residential or commercial. New Hampshire's electric utilities classify service strictly in commercial or residential terms, with different rate options available within each broad rate class. The bill's language before you would permit condominium associations across the state to delineate their limited common areas and determine whether any commercial or business enterprises are permitted in those areas. An electric utility would then be required to provide service under its residential rates to any common areas that do not have business or commercial enterprises. As written, the department believes passage of this bill would have several unintended consequences. The bill permits condominium associations, which has been discussed, are commercial entities, to determine whether business or commercial enterprises take place in common areas on their property. As a result, condo associations, rather than the electric utility, would have the authority to determine the rate classification that they fall under, and they would pay that to their utility service. As a result of that shift in who determines the appropriate rate utility, there is the potential for the under recovery of costs by the utility and the shifting of costs between residential to non-residential customers. Final point is the bill inappropriately shifts the determination of an appropriate rate from the utility to the customer themselves, allowing a condominium association to choose what rate it wants to take service under. Meters that serve common use areas or common facilities are appropriately classified as providing commercial service to condominium associations because condominium associations are commercial entities. Because condominium associations are by nature commercial entities, the service provided to those common areas or common facilities is treated as such, and they are charged non-residential or commercial tariff rates for that commercial service. With that closes my testimony. Happy to answer any questions that folks might have, but I do want to note, I do not live in a condo association. I could not come close to talking about condo association law, but more than willing to try to answer as much as I can.
So, but you're the enforcer of this section, the statute. So, swimming pools. Swimming pools, are they in or out?
Thank you for the question. So it would depend based on the language of this bill. Is that it?
Well, forget about the bill. I want to know current law.
I assume swimming pools would be considered common facilities, common use areas. In my mind, they're not considered residential in nature.
Okay. So, in your mind, this bill is somewhat conflicting to the way the law is structured, which is obviously why the bill is in front of us, is that they don't like this current law.
Yep.
Okay. Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for coming to testify.
Thank you.
I live in a condo association, and we have some common use areas, a community room, a fitness room, a swimming pool, and a tennis court. All of those are restricted to use by condo owners or people who are renting from condo owners, essentially people who live within the condo units.
Yep.
Wouldn't it be different if, for instance, the condo association were, say, renting out the community room for other events, for weddings or other types of events? That would clearly be a commercial enterprise. So isn't there a differentiation between that commercial situation and the situation that we actually have in our condo development, where essentially we have a communal living room and a communal swimming pool and so on, which is not available to the public, never rented out to anyone? Isn't that different? And wouldn't it be appropriate under those circumstances to have a differentiation in the electric rates?
Sure. and
Thank you.
No, thank you for the thank you for the representative question. Thank you for the question, Representative. I understand the point of the question, but I guess I'd like to raise 2 points. Is the first one is you are allowing a certain commercial entity, a condominium association under this bill, to delineate where business or commercial activities take place on their property. condo associations are by nature commercial. I mean, there's not going to be a person who walks into the community center, as that you mentioned, Representative, to determine, okay, today it's being used for commercial use, tomorrow it's going to be used for residential. The bill, in essence, is in our opinion, a significant granting of power to a specific subsection of commercial entities to allow them to choose what utility rate classification they fall under. And that is problematic to impose, especially on a statewide basis.
Further question, you may inquire.
Yeah.
Thank you. But in the situation I was describing, where most of the time the community room is used just by the residents, but sometimes it might be rented out for a wedding, say. What's going to happen there, isn't that exactly the situation that you said would never happen? That is, somebody is deciding, presumably the condo board, when it's commercial and when it's not. That is, it's clearly commercial if it's being rented out for a wedding, but is it commercial if it's our communal living room?
Thank you for the question. So simply put, if the property is owned by a commercial entity such as the condo association, then that area is deemed commercial and they pay a commercial rate. Individuals in condos might have their own individual meters for their own condos, and they most likely would be paying the residential rate. But those common areas where there are certain commercial activities taking place, whether or not one is paying condo dues and that type of thing, by nature, these condo associations are commercial entities, and therefore they should be paying the commercial rate.
Okay. Representative Burrows. No, I just, no, you were going like this.
Is it affection or?
Yes.
Thank you for taking my question. I guess what I want to know is, do you think that an amendment could be put forth that would set forth the parameters, like in the situation that Representative Gibbs gave? I mean, there are some condos, they have common living area that are, as she said, they're not used for any commercial purposes. Could we set up parameters that would clarify so it's not solely at the discretion of the condo or the electric company?
Sure, and thank you for the question. So I would say, could an amendment be offered? Sure. This is the committee to do that, and each of you is entitled to draft any amendment you want. If there is an association, I guess the suggestion about a potential amendment, we'd like to see any type of language before making any sizable comment. But again, by nature, this is giving a certain section of commercial entities the ability to choose the rate classification that they fall under. And that is quite unprecedented. You open the door here, where does it stop? Don't be surprised if if future legislatures see other bills come forward and say, maybe we want one for this commercial entity, this commercial entity, this commercial entity. And then to the question that I heard Representative McAleer, I hope I'm saying that correctly, mentioned earlier, is that commercial entities, as well as residential entities, are able not to just get their power from their default service supplier, which it could be Unitil, Eversource, Liberty Utilities. They can go out and solicit a competitive electric supplier. And by going out and seeking a competitive electric supplier, some of those suppliers might have lower rates. If the concern here from the constituent, and I will admit, I did not know this was a specific constituent issue, but if the concern is about any specific increase in electric rates or anything like that, there is the option out there for consumers, both residential and commercial, to shop around and find a more competitive rate that might potentially be lower rather than going to default service. Sorry, I kind of segued into his question from earlier, but I hope that answers your question.
Representative Herbert, and you're going to make it short and sweet.
Would it be accurate? My observation would be is that things like pools, larger common areas, are more expensive, and that's what is bothering the utility. Because in effect, you've got a facility that is expensive to have,
sure,
and you don't want to pay the bill.
Sure. And oh, I'm sorry.
They don't pay bills. You pay them.
No, yes.
Right. Okay.
So
All right. So, yeah. Okay, Representative. No.
Very briefly, if this bill were to pass, what would the enforcement mechanism look like? How difficult would enforcement be? Let's say they claim, a condo claims to not rent out a room, but in reality, they are renting it out. Who would enforce that, the statute? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. You know, it's not abundantly clear at the department. We don't have people going around knocking on doors and, you know, what rate classification are you following? I'm assuming that would be something that the electric utilities would certainly be involved in, for sure. But obviously, if the statute under this bill allows condo associations the ability to choose that rate classification for their common areas, they're entitled to do so if it becomes law.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
All right, now, sir, you, Representative, Mr. Sweat, Richard Sweat, come on up. I keep thinking of Dick Sweat or Richard Sweat. But you are not a congressman. Or ambassador, right? Yeah, just make sure that mic's on, perfect.
Okay,
And you have to pull it pretty close to you too, because we want everybody at home to hear you.
Okay?
Perfect.
All set? Yeah, I've introduced myself before, so we'll get right into this 1430. The purpose is to establish for our condominium association a uniformity of electric rate schedules for residential condominiums that do not permit commercial or business enterprises to operate. Presently, we have 2 rate schedules in our condominium association. For the residents, they are in the domestic rate. For what what was the gentleman's name here from New Hampshire Power? What was his name? Robert, okay. Well, Mr. Robert's
Close enough. Roberge.
Robert, okay.
Think French.
Think French, yes. So we have 2 rates in our association, the domestic rate for residents, and we have the commercial rate that applies to our pump house that pumps well water to our residents. The well water is used for domestic purposes. We have septic systems that are on the commercial rate. Believe me, all the wastewater from those units is domestic wastewater. It is not commercial wastewater. We have street lights along the condominium, and they are billed at the commercial rate. Our position is, when we say uniformity of rates, we believe that, as the statute says, the domestic rate states for domestic use. We are of the opinion that well water used by the residents, septic systems that is discharged from the residents is domestic wastewater, and streetlights are for domestic use. We have no swimming pool. We have no common area for a house or anything like that. So that would be uniformity of rates. The determination for applying electric rate schedule is based on the fact that the power is used for domestic residential purposes and not based on the corporation's organizational structure. The organizational structure would be the argument that was made that condominiums by definition are commercial entities. That is not true. If you look at our corporate charter, our corporate charter states that it is for the welfare, the benefit, and the health of the residents of our condominium association. There is nothing in there that says they're anything to do with commercial activities in our association. Secondly, in the state of New Hampshire, I would be willing to bet that most condominium associations, either commercial or residential, are incorporated. In fact, one of the statutes says that condominiums can be incorporated. It is not unusual to have a condominium incorporated. It is highly unusual to me to come up with the concept that because you are incorporated, you are therefore a commercial enterprise. I find that one difficult to believe. Support for this bill is definitely a pocketbook issue for condominiums who do not permit commercial or business enterprises. Residential condominiums have pumps, septic systems, street lights, etc. assigned the commercial rate that would benefit from reduced expenses if assigned the residential rate. There's no question about that. It is believed that 1430 would favorably affect at least 500 or more North New Hampshire residential condominiums. I would certainly also say that we are talking about, when we talk about electric rates, you know there are two sources of charges in your bill. One is for the electric charges themselves, and he is correct. You can go to North American Power, you can go to Community Power, you can go to any of those other ones, and that will be what you are charged for your use of electricity. What we are talking about is the delivery charge. The delivery charge is a separate charge, and that is what we would like to have be the residential rate and not the commercial rate. I can tell you that we have a fire pond. We have our aeration pump in the fire pond. That aeration pump comes out during the cold months. It is assigned a commercial rate. The aeration pump in our fire pond is assigned a commercial rate because it is billed to the association, which is a convenient form of having our property manager pay our bills. During the months when that aeration pump is not operating, not drawing a bit of kilowatt hours, the delivery charge, because it is based on a commercial rate, is $42 a month. If we were on the residential rate, it would be like $16 a month. There is a substantial difference between these rates. And I certainly understand why the Department of Energy would not like to see a change here. Now, a little bit of history here. Back in October of 2022, we contacted Todd Blackman. He is the Senior Vice President of Unitil. We wrote him a letter asking him to consider putting us on domestic rates. He assigned that to Mark Lambert. Mark Lambert is a vice president in charge of billing. So he assigned that to another person who was in charge of billing. We had communications with him, and he basically said, it is what it is, accept what it is, and that is it. So we went to the Department of Energy, and we spoke to Michael Sisto. He could not answer our question, so he moved it up to Amanda Noonan. Amanda Noonan basically said, what this gentleman said, because you are incorporated, you deserve a commercial rate. It's because you're incorporated. That's the reason. I can't accept that. I don't think that is a reasonable way to look at this problem. So anyway, that's what I have to say. The Vineyards Board of Directors and the Condominium Leadership Council support the enactment of 1430. And I thank you for hearing my testimony.
Any questions? Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Chair calling Gary Didero, who is in opposition to the bill.
Hi, good morning again. Gary Daddario from the Community Association Institute's New Hampshire Legislative Action Committee. I'm going to start by saying that it's a very loose opposition that we have to the bill. As far as the intent of the bill, the idea that a residential condominium would be charged a residential electric rate, that makes perfect sense. We support that. That idea, again, just makes perfect sense. I don't know that there's much argument against that. And there are certainly those condominiums that are strictly residential. You just heard from an owner who said that his condominium has no pool, no common areas for rental, etc. There are many condominiums like that. There might be no common areas. There might be just units that are connected next to each other. All units potentially are occupied on a residential basis. It is very, very common for the condominium instruments to actually prohibit commercial uses of any kind of the units at a condominium. And so in those instances when you have a condominium and it's nothing more than a legal fiction and a type of ownership, and what's going on there are people just living in their residential units as their primary and personal residence, I don't think there's any reason why they should be viewed as a commercial enterprise. That's to the sort of main purpose and intent of the bill. To the language of the bill itself, I just have one sort of clarifying comment to make, sort of similar to the situation when we were speaking about the last bill. But the proposed amendment would add to subsection E of section 16I this language, and whether any commercial or business enterprises are permitted. And I just don't think that that's necessary. If you stay within 16I, but you move down a couple of subsections, if you go from subsection E down to subsection H, you will find the following language, and this is all pertaining to what needs to be in the governing instruments. Section H says, a statement of the purposes for which the condominium and each of the units are intended and restricted as to use. So in terms of identifying the uses of the condominium and the condominium units, we have that at 16I. It's in subsection H. And so the change to subsection E to add the language about stating whether or not commercial enterprises are present would just be unnecessary language. So again, we don't disagree with the concept of this bill, but subsection E does not need to be amended because that purpose is accomplished in subsection H.
Okay, Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. But what about the condo associations that do have common areas? And going back to my earlier question, isn't there a different, what you've described in subsection H appears to apply only to units. That is, units cannot be used for commercial purposes, which makes perfect sense. And I suspect there's similar language in the basic documents of my own condo association. I also suspect that our documents forbid commercial usage of the common areas, such as renting out the community room for weddings or renting out the swimming pool for children's parties. If that is the case, wouldn't those also be non-commercial uses that are just, as you might say, group residential uses, and therefore appropriately subject to residential rates, but wouldn't that require the amendment to subsection E?
So thank you for your question. Subsection H actually requires the documents to list the use of the condominium and of each of the units. So I think subsection H does cover us at present, meaning that with subsection H as it exists already in place, any set of condominium documents should include statements as to the use of the condominium and the units. So I think we do already have that. And for that reason, I don't think subsection E needs to be adjusted. To answer your question about the circumstances and whether, in my opinion, they are residential or commercial, I would agree with you that in the instance you're describing, you're talking about a residential condominium. I mentioned earlier that there are some easy cases where there aren't common areas or there aren't clubhouses or swimming pools. Those would be the easiest of the cases. But if we were to expand and say that we're looking at an association that does have a clubhouse or a pool, one or the other, both, what have you, I do still think that there's a difference between whether that community is a residential community or a commercial community. If everybody who lives there is living in a personal residence and it's being used as their residential home, then I don't think that you have a commercial condominium. And in the same way, people with single family homes who enjoy their own lot of land might have a pool, and that doesn't make them a commercial venture now at their home because there's a pool in the backyard. I don't think that change happens at a condominium either. And there are actually other areas of law in which condominiums are viewed as being residential or not, or whether their pools are considered public or not. And for those purposes, they fall sort of within one bucket of regulation or another. And if a community is using their pool only for their community, if it is not open to the general public, if it's not rented by the local high school for swim team practice or what have you, then that pool is still considered to be a private pool and not a public pool. And so if you've got a residential condominium and there's no business operating on the property and everybody who lives there does so for purposes of their residence and their pool is only used by those residents of the community who live there, then I think you're talking about a residential situation. There doesn't seem to be anything commercial about it.
Okay, I hope you
Further
understand
inquiry?
he's confirming what you are
He
saying.
is, but
Okay.
the reason that I need to ask a question is that the State Department of Energy representative has just said the exact opposite, that under current law, any common area in a condo association is inherently commercial, whether it's being used for a commercial area or not. And that being so, doesn't subsection E actually require this amendment in order for those common areas to be charged the residential rate? Because the witness has just said that in his opinion, the common areas should be charged the residential rate, but the Department of Energy
Right.
has said they should be charged the commercial rate. So wouldn't that require an amendment?
Well, he's just saying, he's reading us to what's the current law. And in your mind, that means given the situation that's going on now, the law needs, some law, maybe not that one or this one, something needs to be corrected because of this discrepancy. And so
Not just-
to ask him, I guess.
I think I can clarify actually.
okay.
So this bill, HB 1430, proposes two changes. The first is to 16I subsection E. That's what I've been referring to in the Condominium Act.
Right.
That change I don't believe is necessary because section H again states that there needs to be a statement of the purposes for which the condominium and each of the units are intended. But this bill proposes a second change. That change is to RSA 378, section 6-A. And that's where they talk about the rates. And so I think that would still be needed in order to effectuate any type of change. And we don't oppose that piece. So it's just to the extent that I say it's unnecessary, I mean just the first section talking about the Condominium Act, because the act as it exists already requires a statement of purpose. But 1430 would still need to be passed for the second piece that changes 378 6A. That's where we get into the electric rates.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Representative Spear.
The electricity needed to operate the waste pump, the waste facilities, to operate the water pumps, that kind of thing. The residential units could not even function as residential units without that. So that's part of, to me, the residents, and it makes sense that we do something about allowing that to be charged at a residential rate, because those residences are absolutely useless without that stuff. The swimming pool, I liken that to the common areas we have in Nashua, where we have a community swimming pool. You can't make any money at it, you can't rent it, but you can swim in it, and that is definitely a commercial property. So I'm not so sure that these common areas with swimming pools and clubhouses and everything are not commercial property, because those of us who live in residential areas do have to pay in our taxes a commercial rate for those very same things. And in fact, they are part of what makes people attracted to it's a competition kind of thing. So I would think that that should be a commercial rate. But would you agree definitely, without any question, that things that make the residences even function, how could that possibly be commercial?
I would agree. I think the water, the sewer, the septic systems, I think all of those things certainly are residential. In my opinion, when you start talking about things like clubhouses or pools, then I think it's a case by case. In other words, there are those associations that use their clubhouse for commercial purposes. There are those associations that make their pools open in some way, shape, or form to the public, but there are those associations that do not. And at some associations, the pool that they have in the backyard is not much difference from a use perspective than a pool that anybody might have in their backyard of a single family home, meaning that it's used simply by the people who live there as their residents.
Okay, I'm ready now. Issue here is who owns the title to those things? Because the electric bill is just one of those little things that we pay. We pay taxes, we pay insurance, we pay maintenance costs. If the water system is managed, and if you look at the, it's managed, I believe it's going to be managed by the association, which is a corporate entity. They're the ones who have to be responsible for the insurance, maybe even taxes for it. But I know I had this conversation once with my selectman when he was talking about leach fields. And I said, show me where I'm being assessed for my leach field. I don't see that. So maybe that's not the right answer. But at the end of the day, with the issue, if I understand the Department of Energy correctly, is who owns title? Who owns it? Who has to pay the taxes for it? That if we were to pass this legislation, we're now giving tax exemption to entities simply because they're servicing a residential, which I think is going to be problematic when it comes to taxes, when it comes to insurance payments. Who's liable? Who's responsible? If, and when it comes to a happy homeowner, we are, right? We own that septic system. We own that pump. We have to repair it. We have all those responsibilities. If I understand correctly, what's going on here is that the association technically is the owner, not the residents. And the association is incorporated for other purposes. It's incorporated, such as to who's going to pay the taxes, who's going to pay on taxes on time, who's going to have the insurance liability. And so therefore, the question the Department of Energy is saying is, if we were to pass this legislation, you open up the can of worms, so what other things could people want to cost shift on? But more importantly, it's a corporation that owns it, not the homeowners. If the homeowners want to pick a homeowner and have them own that water plant, that water, if they want to have someone else be the ones responsible for insuring it, then yeah, you can get the lower cost and have it on their meter. But if the meter is being paid by somebody else, then it has a whole new set of liabilities. Would you believe?
Yes, but and thank you for raising the issue. To answer the question, at condominiums, that common area, to the extent that the pool is located there or the septic is located there, the common area that isn't the units from a legal perspective at a condominium is understood to be owned by each of the unit owners in their percentage of undivided interest. And
Of the association.
Right. And so if you have an
Of the
association,
if you didn't have association, if each one of those people had in their deeds, it was written in their deeds that they have their one whatever portion, then theoretically, that your utility bill has got, but at the end of the day, that electric bill has got to go to a resident, not to an association. That's
So
they
they-
don't make the department have to go over and check and see who's really doing what. That's not what they're asking for. They're asking for who is the owner. If it's a residence, then it should be the resident's name on that electric bill, not the association.
so I certainly have no dominion over the department, and we are not the sponsors of the bill, so I can't explain it in the way necessarily that they would. But as an association that is focused on community association living, and as an attorney practicing in this area, I would just say that it is in the deed to each of the units what their percentage of interest is. And then for tax purposes, associations don't get a bill to, quote unquote, the association. For purposes of taxes, the municipalities look at the property as a whole. To the extent that there's tax value on the common areas or relative to the common areas,
Right.
that's incorporated into the tax bills that each of the units get. So
Okay.
there is no one paying taxes other than those units. When it comes to the rest of the bills, the associations that exist, even if they exist as a corporation, and they don't all have to, you're not required to be a corporation. That's just one of the options. For those that choose the corporate form, you don't necessarily have a business running, you don't have profit, you don't have an income stream if you're a typical residential only condominium. And so the money that's in that pool is nothing more than what the unit owners are paying as their fee. So it's just sort of a collective. It's not an issue of use or business, but it is all their money. I will say, just to sort of add some more depth to the discussion, that I do practice law in other states beyond New Hampshire. And there, depending on the state, you sometimes never see a condominium in a corporate form. There are states where almost everyone is, for example, a trust. Trust is very common. There are also other sort of legal formations that, depending on the state, again, you may not find corporations involved at all. I think in New Hampshire, it may be, and I'm not sure about this. I wasn't practicing at the time, but I think when condominiums first got popular in New Hampshire, it may have just been that the question needed to be answered, what are these legal entities going to be? And, the laws for corporate form already existed, and it was easy to say, okay, just let them do that paperwork and register with the state.
So my final question, and I want everyone to know, I was just putting that as out as a condo. I'm not saying I own this or where I am. I'm just trying to think all of this through. So the question is any other state, like Massachusetts, do they have the same? They have the similar law?
Massachusetts, for example, they're all trusts.
Right, but I'm saying in Massachusetts, is the trust paying the residential rate or the commercial rate?
Oh, my apologies. I have not looked at the issue in that state, so I don't know the answer.
I would really appreciate it if you could do a little look around from our states around us.
Sure.
That'd be great. Okay, Representative Grassi has a question.
Yeah, I just have a really quick question. And I was looking at fairness when we were talking about some of the utilities on a site. Do municipalities pay a separate rate completely different from a residential and commercial rate? Do you have any idea, or does anybody from the department, any of the departments have any, what municipalities
you can
pay?
ask him offline, over that guy over there.
I'll ask him offline then.
That's outside of my scope. I
Right.
apologize.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Excuse me.
Representative McAleer, have a question?
Well, just a comment. I don't see just because it's a corporation that is necessarily a commercial corporation. It can be a non-commercial corporation.
We still make nonprofits pay the commercial rate. Because they only have the utility, it only has two rates, residential and commercial. And that's what we were dealing with. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. I have no more cards. I will close the public hearing. And yes, I want to assure we do everything by subcommittee here. So there will be a subcommittee on this bill and we will be discussing it further before we take action. Having said that, I will close the public hearing.
Okay, you ready? Yeah. Okay, we're going to open a public hearing. 1306. And hear from the prime sponsor, Representative Nodder. We're a little stirred up here because of the heat.
Oh, I'm
You-
stirred up as well.
So-
Good afternoon, members of the
Okay.
committee, Mr. Chairman. I've been a representative, I'm in my 14th year now, and as long as I've been here, I have had constituents that live in condominiums call me with issues. I mean, all of us, every year there's issues with the condominiums, and they just seem to get nowhere, our constituents, with their condo boards, and they have no other recourse than to reach out to the state level asking for help, which is why I'm here. I have two constituents with me from my town that will be explaining the whole situation to you because they could do it a lot better than I can. So with that, I would like to pass over the mic to my constituents, if that's all right with you.
Absolutely.
Come on up, ladies.
Come on up.
Come on.
I assume you're filling out your pink cards. You girls were here this morning, or
We were observing.
so now you know what's going to happen, right? Okay. So there's two pink cards. They're
Yep.
tag team.
Oh, for the next one.
Yeah, we'll take them all. Okay, that's right.
Oh, I
Let's
filled it
keep
out.
going.
Okay.
Full steam ahead. We don't want to get behind because it's snowing out there. Okay.
So my name is Ashley Tenhave. I live in Merrimack, New Hampshire. So this first one is what, 1306? Okay. So we've had a lot of situations right now where our condo association, the board management company, are not spending wisely and not spending within the budget. And due to this, we have been informed that we could be looking at a fairly large assessment for improvements such as community lighting, putting arborvitaes around the neighborhood due to some construction across the street that was not dealt with the town, and other areas. We are currently in stage 4 of paving this coming up, and we have 90 something units basically, and all of them need new bulkheads, new siding, new roofs. We went through 10 years with a management company that did 0 maintenance and 0 capital improvements on the project. So we are very far behind on a lot of issues, and we don't have the capital funds to be able to manage all of this. As such, I was a board member for 4 years when this management company we have right now came on. And we had worked through a 5-year plan to try and get through as many of the projects as we could within the budget that we have. But now that a new board has come on, spending is not being done within that plan. And we are coming up time for a new 5-year plan. And money is just being thrown to things that are not important. And anytime any of us speak up regarding where money is spent and things like that, we keep getting threatened with a large assessment from our management company, and thus trickling down to our board. Really, our management company runs the show at our place. The board doesn't have as much of a voice as we would hope that they would against the management company and the spending. But really, we're looking at quite a lot of money out of our pocket. Our town taxes just went up. Our condo fees just had a second significant increase, and it's still not enough money for all these projects. And we are basically being charged out of our homes at this point if a large assessment goes through for these due to inappropriate spending elsewhere. So we would like to have it so that there is a cap to what a special assessment can be brought up by the board and by management without the approval of the homeowners. We have a lot of elderly people that live in our neighborhood. We have a lot of really young couples. And it's just, right now, the board honestly thinks that they have our pockets to just pull money out of as they need to. And we'll just, like I said, throw money at just whatever they want. And it's really sad. Do you have anything to add?
So my name's Katie Poirier. I live in Merrimack, New Hampshire. I'm in support of this because it will help the homeowners have more say to it than just like a rogue board or a management company that feels empowered to push the board or stack the board in their favor to have, you know, these maintenance things addressed, such as, you know, say, I know you brought up like the pool earlier. You know, what if a pool had a crack in it, right? In ground pool, one pool for the whole association, right? Has a crack in it. You could essentially just fix that one crack and not have to re-grout the whole thing. But management then will say, or the board will say, oh no, we're going to do the whole thing all over. Well, you know, there's reasons of why the majority of homeowners should have a say, because it may not be needed, you know, and again, irresponsible spending or being pushed, you know, to do one thing or another and not getting the homeowners input because they're not informed. So it would be helpful for more voices to be heard.
Okay, we have questions from the committee. Representative Herbert.
Who's the management company?
We don't want to know.
I'd really rather not, because we've been kind of threatened with defamation lawsuits from them as well if we go too far.
That can be a side note.
Okay, Representative Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming and giving us your testimony. I just want to understand the dynamics here. I don't have a lot of experience with condos associations. So the idea of a special assessment, how often and what types of things could they be issued for? And if I understand, you're saying the special assessment has to have, it can't exceed 5% of the budgeted amount of expenses unless approval, I guess that would be in the form of a vote, approval of the Unit Owners Association. Could you just explain special assessment and then how would approval, if it's over 5%, how would the approval process work?
So, so a special assessment is an extra amount of money on top of our regular condo fees. It can be assessed at any point in time that the board feels that they don't have the budgeted money to be able to take care of issues as they come up. So another association that we have friends that live at, they need roofing and siding. They just finished their paving project. And it has been found that within their budget, they do not have the money to replace all the roofing and all the siding in the entire complex. They have mold behind their walls. They have a few other issues, and they have the same management company that we do. And that that amount of money, it's going to be over $1 million to replace all of that. And that $1 million, they're taking out what they do have in their capital improvement project, and then whatever is left over is being assessed to the homeowners over a 2-year period of time. So they are looking at almost $5,000 per every 6 months to be paid to the association on top of their condo fees. And then, yes, we would like to have this be by a vote of the association by ballot with every homeowner being able to have a say in this, like they would with other votes being done, such as like board member votes and things like that.
Okay, Representative Patusek?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it was Ashley that mentioned that routine maintenance had not been done. Do you recall for how many years or how long it had not?
It was at least 10 years.
At least 10 years. Thank you. That makes some interesting information.
Representative Grassi?
Yes, thank you. Do you know if your management company is paid a set fee for managing the condo association, or are they paid as a percentage of the overall budget?
They are set a set fee, so there's what's called a door fee. So they are paid a certain amount of money per door in the association, so per household. And I believe it's close to $38,000 that we're paying them yearly. And then for many associations, luckily ours doesn't have this, but for many associations, anytime that there is a capital improvement project, the management companies are also charging a percentage of that capital improvement project for them to quote unquote manage the contractors and get the bids for it.
Did you, in your budget, did you have money allocated for capital improvements?
There is a reserve account which
Yep.
is allocated towards capital improvement projects. Right now, it's running really low.
Gotcha. Okay, Representative Burrows?
Thanks for taking my question. It's a two-part question. So there is no limit on the assessment that these nowhere.
There is no limit unless there's something written in specific bylaws. But ours, and I know I have friends that live at 4 other communities, and not one of their bylaws has a limit on what a special assessment could be to their homeowners.
So, and the second part of it, there must be some avenue to go for bad actors. Like, you don't see any other than to go to a lawyer at this point.
So we have contacted lawyers, and we'll speak upon this later with one of the other bills that's coming up. You can try and contact a lawyer. There are no lawyers that actually work with condo law that are not already associated with associations. So you can try and get a lawyer. We were looking at $10,000 for a retainer for a lawyer that does not know condo law, to then bring us in front of a judge that also does not know condo law. And we would then run also the risk of having to pay the association's legal fees if we were not to win this.
Is there a lawyer in the house?
On the wrong side. Two of them. Okay, so. Yes, Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for coming. I'm Tim McHugh. I'm one of your reps from Merrimack as well. Stupid question, maybe. Doesn't the management firm work for the association? And if so, can't you fire them? Or threaten to fire them, get a different one, renegotiate, anything?
So the board can fire the management company with a 30-day notice. But right now, our current board is very much in favor of our management company, which we have found is happening with other associations with the same management company. They basically stack the board. They get the votes, they get the proxies, they get everything that they need to hold on to the board members that vote in their favor, and then they force the other board members out that don't. They make it very difficult to be on the board if you don't agree with them. They make it very difficult to live in your association if you do not agree with them, based on different things that are said to other homeowners. It makes it very hard to live there, which is why I actually came off the board. It is not a pleasant situation when you don't agree with your management company. It does take a 2/3 vote of the entire association to remove any contractor on the association. And to get that 2/3 vote, especially with the number of houses that are flipping to new owners, and just the fact that people just don't want to get involved, or they're being they call the management company and they're being told that they were getting misinformation from their, you know, their neighbor. It's always misinformation, misrepresentation of the, you know, board or the association, and it's really difficult to get any sort of movement.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So I have 4 cards here in opposition. We'll start with Richard Sweat, because. Oh, okay, that's 15-7. Okay, sorry. All right. So, all right. So, all 3 from CAI. So, which one? Who wants to be the first one? Who wants to? Okay, Gary. And you're going to keep it to 2 minutes, right?
Thank you. Again, for the record, Gary Daddario here on behalf of the Community Association Institute's Legislative Action Committee for New Hampshire. I feel like I'm kind of the spoiler today because I think I'm about to do this for the 3rd time. But the statute as it exists already regulates special assessments, and that was done fairly recently by the New Hampshire legislature. It wasn't even the big 2016 amendment. It was one of the subsequent amendments between then and now. But special assessments are presently regulated in Section 40C of the statute. So we have an amendment here to change Section 52. But at Section 40C, what it says, existing law about special assessments is that they must go through exactly the same process as the budget itself. So that tells us several things. It tells us the community is going to be notified. It tells us that there's going to be a meeting, and it tells us that 2/3 of the community can reject it, the same way 2/3 of the community can reject the budget. And so really all the mechanisms are in place here. I believe that if you had a truly rogue board that for whatever reason was operating very irresponsibly, wanted to spend all kinds of money that the association doesn't have, if the situation were very bad, if it was what I just described, then 2/3 of the community could come to the special assessment meeting and say, no, thank you. We don't want that special assessment. And then it simply doesn't happen. That's the law as it stands today. Speaking now more generally about the bill itself, I think the problem with it, and believe me, it's not that I like the idea of people getting hit with special assessments. I don't. I will tell you that in my practice, when I counsel clients, I always counsel them to do anything but a special assessment. If there's any way you can avoid it, you should avoid it. A special assessment is a last resort. Frankly, the mortgage questionnaire that lenders use now includes questions about special assessments. And I warn my clients of that if you have special assessments, people are going to be answering those questions on mortgage questionnaires. And what you're doing is you're actually hurting the marketability of your units. Because when lenders get the questionnaire back and say, oh, you do have special assessments, you had a special assessment last year, those are points against the association and points against that loan application. So special assessments are bad in general, and they are to be avoided. That is the advice that we give consistently. But if a special assessment were needed, then by definition, we're talking about something that isn't included in this year's budget. And so by definition, we're talking about something that apparently we were not expecting. And if something unexpected happens and it needs to be fixed or repaired or replaced at an association, as it is for any of us, wherever we may live, the universe doesn't care about what the cost is. It doesn't care about whether that cost is a specific percentage of what our household budget might be. The cost just is what it is. What I mean by that is that in a storm like we have now, or a wind-driven rainstorm, if it's the case that a section of the roof blows off and it turns out that the building needs a new roof, Again, the universe doesn't care. The contractors don't care. The people who make roof shingles, nobody cares what percentage that is of your budget. The issue is it costs what it costs. And unfortunately, when you need a new roof, you have to put one on. You just don't have a way around that. For the board, should you fail to properly care for the property, you're breaching the fiduciary duty that, again, the statute as it stands today imposes on the board members. And if you're breaching your fiduciary duty, then every other unit owner at that association could potentially bring suit against you for that. And as a board member, that's a sort of a real catch-22. If you're going to have unit owners, particularly the ones maybe who live under the roof leak, sue you and say, we need a new roof. The board's not getting a new roof. They're in breach of their fiduciary duty. And then the board is going to sit in a courtroom and say, well, we want to replace the roof. We just can't get the vote that we need under the statute. The fact that that situation could arise, to me, sort of tells us all that generally speaking, that's probably not what we want to be doing in the law. If we put people who serve in these board positions in those types of predicaments, what we're going to see over time is that people just aren't willing to do it. They don't want to serve on their board anymore. And then just lastly, and really quickly, speaking of the board and property management, the comment was made, and I agree, and it's just simple reality. The property manager is hired by the board, and they can be fired by the board. And so the control mechanism is there that if for some reason the property management company is the problem, there is a way to get rid of them. If the board itself is the problem, there's a mechanism there as well. As I think we all know, because again, these portions of the statute exist as present day regulation, and they've been modified fairly recently. Boards are constantly up for election at condominium associations. And so if you had a rogue board that was really that bad, that was in the pocket, so to speak, of the property management company, and they were doing all the wrong things for all the wrong reasons, then the next annual meeting is an opportunity for the entire community to vote against them as a board. So you can fire your property manager, you can fire your board. Outside of the election process, there again is an existing provision in the Condominium Act as it stands today for the removal of board members. And so let's say you find yourself between annual meetings and between elections, but you've got board members that are so bad that the community can't live with them, then the community can act on the removal provisions that already exist in the statute and remove those board members even if you're between elections. So again, I like the idea of people not being subjected to expenses that, they find difficult to pay. But the reality of the situation is that boards have to be able to take care of the property. And when things happen, especially the types of things that would warrant a special assessment, the board unfortunately doesn't have control over the cost. They're just dealing with whatever the situation is, and they're trying to fix it. And if the situation is that bad, the provisions exist for, at the end of the day, the community to speak and oust whoever they need to oust if that's what's going on at the association. So just not sure that this particular piece of legislation is necessary. If it is necessary, it probably should come somewhere else in the statute because, like I said, potentially now you could have a conflict between different sections of the statute if you create a limitation in one that doesn't match with what you're doing for a process in another.
Great. Well, what's the difference between a special assessment and a capital improvement?
So capital improvement is just when you're spending money sort of outside the normal routine. So it would be a capital improvement if you were replacing the roof of the building or replacing the siding for the building. The difference being that normally, if things are going well, a community plans for a capital expenditure. So if you know your siding is $300,000 and you know that your siding is good for 30 years at your condominium, then the math tells you that you put away about $10,000 a month for your next $300,000
Capital reserve, yeah.
siding
Yeah.
project. Exactly. Special assessment would be that again, I'll go with my example because it's easy and clear. Special assessment would be, let's say for some reason you're at the midpoint, you're 15 years into your siding, you don't expect to be replacing it yet, but a storm blows it off the building, or for some reason it has started to rot and it's falling off the building, and now you find yourself doing your siding project years early, then even if you were engaged in proper financial planning, you may not have enough to do that siding job when you need to do it. And so then a special assessment happens where the community just has to raise money to meet their present day needs.
Okay, well, sounds like capital improvement is the same thing. It's just that it wasn't planned on. Okay, that this is not an expense and it wasn't planned. You didn't have a budget enough money for the capital improvement. They got it. Great. Representative McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Daddario, is that
Yes.
right? Thanks. Thanks for your expertise on these various laws. So maybe you could review with us a little bit then your interpretation on the 2/3 rule, because what I heard you say, if I understood correctly, is that 2/3 can show up and 2/3 can reject it, which would almost imply that you need 100% of those who show up to reject it. So you need both 2/3 for a quorum, and then everybody, all of those 2/3 have to actually vote to accept or reject. Am I understanding you correctly, or?
But potentially, I mean, if only 2/3 of the community come to the meeting, then yes, to meet the 2/3 voting standard, you would need everybody who's there to vote, along the same line.
controversy over the years was the fact that you need 2/3 to overturn the board.
Right.
Because you're voting on the board's budget, you need 2/3. At the end of the day, it was a very high threshold and 2/3 for any action to be taken. Oh, now I remember what the question I wanted to ask. You guys can't bond, right? You can't float money, or you can't, if the capital improvement is so huge, because you would have to have every condo owner sign on to the mortgage note. I mean, can you borrow money?
They can. In fact, in recent years, because there are so many associations, I mean, let's face it, unfortunately, and some of us may be guilty of this at our own households, whatever type of residence we may live in. Human nature is such that it's probably the minority of folks that actually plan so properly that when the roof needs to be replaced, the money's sitting there. When the siding needs to be replaced, the money's sitting there. Generally speaking, something gets in the way. There's not a lot of perfect financial planning that goes on in general. In recent years, because so many condominiums are of that age now, that these major components need to be changed over. If the building of condominiums, if the heyday was in the 80s, then they're 40 years old now. They need all of these things. Banks in recent years have realized that there are so many condominiums in that position that there's a market for a so-called condominium loan.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
And they have created products specifically for that segment of the market. And what they do in the case of a condominium, to deal with the fact that, the common areas are owned by everybody, and this is kind of a messy situation. How do we as the bank protect ourselves? What they've established are that standard loan documents for a condominium loan today use as collateralization for the loan the income stream of the assessments that the association is entitled to collect from the owners. And so if a condominium association defaults on a bank loan, at least one that's been done with standard docs in recent years, the bank can step in and start intercepting that revenue stream of the assessments that are being paid by the unit owners into the association. So as with any of us, it's not without risk. If you don't pay the bank, you get foreclosed on, that sort of thing. But the product does exist, and there are many associations that take advantage of it. And I can say in my practice, I have not yet seen an association that has defaulted on a bank loan. Typically,
But you have seen some taking these loans out.
oh yes, absolutely. It's getting to be quite common, which is why banks have sort of structured it as its own product. They have their own
Sure, that makes sense.
closing documents for that type of loan. I haven't seen any associations fall into trouble because generally speaking, they do the math at the outset and they just always make sure that they can pay the loan. And the most common way that I see them doing it is they add the loan payment as a line item in their budget.
So it won't be a special assessment, it'll be part of the line item of the budget.
Correct.
Okay. Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify something from personal experience, which is that condo associations can borrow and do borrow for unexpected capital needs. But then the owners have to approve either a special assessment and therefore no need to borrow, or collections over a period of time so that when the loan comes due, there will be enough money there to pay the loan off.
Got it. Just what I heard. Okay. Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one more question then. If I understand you correctly, the that 2/3 majority could be changed, that threshold could be changed in the condo document by a 2/3 majority, right? So you could decide.
No, it's statutory.
No, I know, but you couldn't say notwithstanding that. You
No,
couldn't do- you
no,
couldn't-
that was why we get
no way
bills
to
every
do it.
year about this issue.
Right.
Is-
So it's government by minority. The 1/3 can tell the rest what to do. Simply,
Well,
simply by not showing up.
Sorry, I'll wait.
Go ahead.
So it's governed by the board in the first instance. In other words, the community elects the board.
Right.
It's the board's job to sort of figure out the finances, manage the property, see what projects need to happen. If the board imposes a special assessment, then it takes 2/3 of the community to overrule what
Just
the board
vote no.
is doing.
So the solution is get on the board.
And then
Get
just
your
to
friends on the board or whatever.
And
Get control of the
running theory is that those are elected positions, and if people don't like what the board is doing, then throw them off, vote them off, vote them off.
And just to address the first part of the question, in the section of the statute that talks about the 2/3 voting standards for different things, including amendments and so on, the statute already says, except if the condominium documents require a larger percentage. So they don't go smaller, but they do allow communities the opportunity to require more buy-in before a major change happens.
Further question?
How would you or your group feel about lowering the threshold to 3/5, 60% instead of 66.66%?
I mean, I guess the problem is the 2/3 got set just a few years ago, really, and there was a lot of debate about it, as I recall, at that time. And part of what happened was we saw like a line of board members. They couldn't be contained in the room. Some of them had to be called in from outside to speak. And people were basically saying, if you're going to saddle me with the fiduciary duty to take care of the property properly, and then you're going to tell me that the community, who, by the way, no one ever wants to pay more bills. I mean, none of us do, regardless of what it is or why it is. But what the board members were saying is, if you're going to saddle us with a fiduciary duty to care for the property properly, then you're going to tell us that if the wind blows off the siding or the siding rots and we say we're doing a siding project, the community comes out and says, no, we're not. Now we can't even do the job that we've been elected to do and that we have a fiduciary obligation to do. And what we heard was board member after board member sat here and said, if you pass this, I'm going to resign. I'm never going to serve on the board again. So at some point, it gets difficult to find people to fill these volunteer positions to be in charge of the condominium because it's a bit of a thankless job.
So I can have my researcher show you the history that we revisit that statute multiple times over the years. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I assume you're Paul, because you've been sitting there all this time and all morning, and there's no other Pam, the way you wrote your name here.
Sorry about that.
So I assume you're Paul, and I'll let you pronounce your last name.
It's a nice Polish boy, Paul Okonak, and I'm with the New Hampshire LAC for CAI.
Great.
Please
don't say anything we haven't heard already. Just
No, I'm going to frame it differently
Great.
because, I see things from a different perspective. I personally am involved with an association in Merrimack that's about 21 or 22 years old. And here's how it's done correctly. From the day that the association was built, they had a reserve study done. Now, I'm sure you're familiar with that. It's an engineering actuary that gives the life expectancy of roof, paving, siding, then the cost to how much you have to save to achieve those goals at the time that it's replaced. They set their fees appropriately back when they were first built. I won't say high, I won't say low. They set their fees appropriately to save for those issues that are going to come up down the road. They're now in the process of a 3-year roof replacement project for about 1.8 million. They're writing a check because they followed the reserve study. The boards, the fiduciaries, were proactive in setting the fees to pay for those, and now they can write checks and not have assessments or increase fees or bank loans. They've structured this out through the years to pay for these items, and the board is very good. And yes, elections come up, and sometimes board members change and community members change the board members. And as far as management goes, management does not have a vote on the budget. The budget is set by the board. Management can have its input, and maybe where some line items need to change. But the board sets the budget as the governing board and as the fiduciaries. Then from there, it goes to the unit owners for the vote. And I can tell you, doing this for almost 40 years, I've never seen an association reject a vote or a budget. Because back to Gary's point, the legislator in its wisdom put board members as fiduciaries, because you can take 356B, run it down to two things. The boards are infrastructurally and financially responsible for the infrastructure of that association. That is it. We can have all the laws we want, but the board member, the buck stops with them. And if the boards over the years, because I happen to be on the management side, if we take over an association that has not been managed well for years and capital projects were not planned for or budgeted, they have to get done somehow. And shame on those boards in the past that did not plan for that. On the good example that I showed you, and many associations and boards and community members are saddled with a deficit because the rate of deterioration and the rate of inflation far exceed that of which boards are raising the fees to be able to take care of those elements. So as that gap expands, at some point there has to be some type of either bank loan assessment or increased fees to close that gap and get the capital projects completed. Because what happens with that is if the capital projects are not completed and things aren't done, the value of the property declines. That hurts everybody. So it's a real balancing act, and to saddle with just 5% can harm an association because those things need to be done. And there are mechanisms in place to make sure that those costs can be contained. We have worked with associations that have done dozens of bank loans, never one defaulted. And we take those bank loans and that budget to the owners for approval. And they were always passed because the owners realize that there's going to be new this, and it's all outlined. And you can't get a bank loan for a project and do another project with that money. The bank loan has to be for the project that is stated. So the mechanisms are in place, and there's a lot of good in the world that happens with all of this. And I gave you an example when it's done right, and I feel very bad for associations that have not been, either the board has not done their duties or the management has not done their duties. And as far as management taking a fee, management does earn a fee if it's in the management agreement. And most management agreements is if the board chooses to elect to have that management company oversee the project. They could have an engineering company oversee the project, or they could have management, or many boards do it themselves and avoid the fee. So that is an option. It's not mandatory. So I want to put a little oxygen back in the room that perhaps maybe this process isn't as bad as it seems, because democracy can and it does work. And I've seen it work for 4 decades. Any questions?
Seeing none, thank you very much.
I can't compete with the lawyers, so maybe. But
Well, that's why I insert you between the two of them.
thank you. Thank you.
Do you have written testimony, Paul? Did you have written testimony? Okay. Dean, obviously.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt, and good afternoon, Dean Lennon for CAI. So I'm trying not to repeat anything anyone said, but when the two individuals testified as to why this bill is necessary, the things I heard them talk about was spending for paving, siding, and roofs. These are things that boards are charged with maintaining and repairing and replacing. So to hamstring the board by putting a decision to redo roofs, and what could be more important, leaving it up to a community vote where it can be rejected simply because people don't want to pay for it, you really put a huge hurdle in front of the board who's trying to fulfill their fiduciary duty to the condominium itself. And what happens if the community rejects it and you've got a roof that's leaking on units, and every time there's a storm, you have 4 or 5 unit owners with $1,000 worth of damage in their unit? What are they going to do? They're going to sue your condominium. So you might have saved the money for this additional assessment, but now you've been sued, and maybe you'll lose your insurance, or at a minimum, your premium is going to go up. Just to hit on this point, Section 40C already strikes a balance by giving the 2/3 the ability to veto a budget. So we've already kind of dealt with this issue ad nauseum in the past. There are a couple of deficiencies with this bill as written. One is it says the approval of the unit owners. We don't know what percentage that requires. It's proposed to be in Section 52, which is what the contents of the public offering statement for a condo. This really should be in 40C if it's anywhere. Of course, I don't think it should be anywhere, but if it's anywhere, it should be in 40C. And it uses the word improvements, which, as I discussed earlier, is sort of a term of art when it comes to condominiums. An improvement is something new. But really, it seems to me we're talking about capital expenditures for existing common elements. But in my estimation, this bill is a tremendous impediment to the ability of a board to fulfill its fiduciary duties, and for that reason, you should reject it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I have no more cards. So I'll close the public hearing. And as soon as the clerk's ready, we'll start in on 1357.
Good afternoon again. I'm Representative Janine Nodder. I'm the sponsor of this bill, and for the same reasons for the last one, I had constituents approach me
And you will fill out a card, right?
yes, for both of them. And if it's all right with you, I would like to have the same two constituents come up and explain the bill to you.
That'd be great. And
Thank
Good.
you again for hearing from us. And this is 1357.
Yep.
Okay. So I'd like to say that we are asking for this bill because it would cause boards and management to be more transparent with their homeowners. Again, I was on the board for over 4 years in our association, and in that time, we had one closed board meeting. And we closed that board meeting because of a large ruckus that was caused, that we couldn't even speak because the homeowners just wouldn't allow us to talk. And that was the only time we'd ever closed a board meeting to our association. So right now, what is occurring is our board is only opening the sessions basically for that 1 1/4. that they are required to do by the law at this time. They talk about wanting to be transparent with the homeowners and wanting the homeowners to be educated as to what's going on with the association. And they talk about how, just ask questions. Just call management, ask the question. We shouldn't have to ask the question if we can sit there and listen to the board meeting. We're not asking for every single board meeting to be open for us to speak. We're asking for the monthly board meetings to be allowed for homeowners to be able to listen to what is going on. Executive session is closed to all homeowners, as it should be, as that is all legal things that are going on. But for the general comings and goings of the association, the homeowners should be able to hear what is going on. And we should know what is being voted on, who is voting on what, if we choose to be there to listen to this. Right now, just from experience that we've had and experience that many of our friends in town at other associations have had, it's come to the feeling that the board and management feel that an informed homeowner is a pain or a difficulty unless they can direct the narrative that is being sent out to the homeowners. Normally, you would have meeting minutes that you would be able to go back to see what was voted on and comments. Our association has no meeting minutes posted since November of 2022. We have asked for them to be posted. They are not. This is not the first time this has happened. This is actually the third time that this has happened, where it has been multiple months that no homeowner knows what has been voted on, what has been discussed at the board meetings, unless they are actually able to be there. So we are asking for this to be more than just once every quarter that a homeowner is allowed to come and sit and listen to these board meetings, so that we are aware of what's going on our association. We're aware of what decisions are being made by our board and who's making those decisions. We have the responsibility at the annual meeting to vote on whether or not we are keeping the board members that are up for re-election, or if we're going to choose another member that has decided, another homeowner that has decided to speak up and decide that they wanted to join the board. But how are we to do that if we don't know what's being voted on, who's being voted, and all of that, and if we're not actually able to sit there and know what's going on in our associations?
Representative Burrows.
Thanks for taking my question. Just curious, do you think that it's one size fits all and that every association needs to meet monthly?
I think it's a good I don't think that everyone probably needs to meet monthly. Some of the smaller associations might be able to manage most of their stuff without it. Our current bylaws in our association says that we're supposed to have a monthly meeting. We have a very good size association. We have 145 units. And as said previously, we have a lot of maintenance and a lot of capital improvements and a lot of other things that are going on that us homeowners should know is going on and is happening. And as having a large association, it's nice to be able to sit there and listen to what is our board doing for us? What are they spending our money on? What are we voting for them to continue to represent us for? So I think, for many, especially the larger associations that do currently hold monthly meetings, I think it's good for them to continue to happen, but I think that they should be allowed to have the homeowners be there to listen to it. Again, executive session's completely separate. That's all the legal stuff. That's all the stuff that, is not privy to the homeowners, and that's fine. But any of the normal day-to-day business, if a homeowner wants to know what's going on and wants to be informed, we should be able to sit there and listen. Again, not having to comment and not having to have an open homeowner session where we can speak every time, but we should at least be able to listen. It's just like town meetings and legislative meetings and all of that stuff. We should be able to listen and to know what's going on.
Okay. Any questions? None? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Who's making a donation to our coffee fund? $5. $5.
Okay. So Richard Sweat. We appreciate that. And the clerk especially appreciates it. Especially since he's clerk for the day.
Well, I've introduced myself before, so I'll just go straight into our position on 1357. The Condominium Leadership Council, the Board of Directors of the Vineyards and the Hills at Crockett Farms, oppose the enactment of 1357. We believe that RSA 356B35, which states there shall be recorded simultaneously with the declaration of bylaws providing the self-government of the condominium by an association of all unit owners. This amendment mandating monthly meetings by the state is contrary to the concept of self-government. A meeting is unnecessary for the amount and nature of business that is presented to the association in the property management company serving our associations. With the existing statute, the association has the option to call a monthly meeting if necessary. We go 4 quarterly meetings a year. Board members are volunteers. Today, finding unit owners to serve on boards and committees is difficult. To mandate 13 yearly meetings compared to the present requirement of 4 meetings will further exacerbate the lack of participation in association affairs. The recommendation of the Condominium Leadership Board, the Vineyard and Crockett Hills Board is not to approve this legislation. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next is, well, let's go in reverse order. Dean, you go first.
Thank you. For the record, Dean Lennon, CAI, New England. What I would encourage this board not to do is to legislate based on rogue boards or the tiny minority of boards that are doing the wrong thing. As things currently stand, boards are supposed to have open meetings at least once per quarter. If they're meeting, there must be an open session, and meeting minutes must be taken. They're supposed to be produced within 60 days of the meeting or within 15 days of being produced. The people that introduced this legislation have a terrible board based on their testimony. Their board does not produce minutes, even though the law requires them to produce minutes. So I don't think yet another law requiring boards to produce meeting minutes and promptly give it to the owners will change anything for their board. You can't micromanage condos. There's a slew of litigation that has come out over the last 8 years that has micromanaged condos, and this is yet another attempt to do so. And it is virtually impossible to find volunteers to fill these slots. When you have a rogue board, you have the power of the ballot to remove them. You have the power of the removal process to remove them. So you don't even have to wait for the election. You can call a special meeting and remove a rogue board. But please do not legislate based on the tiny minority of bad boards, because most boards are good. They're composed of people who have 9-to-5 jobs or just a day job is what I'm trying to say, not a 9-to-5 job, a day job, and then they pour their heart and soul into their condo for no money. We don't need more legislation affecting them. And with that, I'll close and take any questions.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you this question because it's going to be with bills coming up or still going to follow forward. So clearly the statute requires the minutes supposed to be printed after 60 days. If a board did not do that, a condo owner should do what to get those minutes?
I think you could file a lawsuit, and it would be like a breach of fiduciary duty or just a violation of the condo statute, and get a judge to issue an order requiring the board to produce minutes for all of the meetings, and then to follow the statute going forward. And you could get your legal fees for that if you won.
Okay.
Questions from the committee? Representative McHugh had his hand up first, but then you can, Representative Herbert.
How do I put this delicately? Isn't it a bit ridiculous to ask members that own property there to file a lawsuit to get minutes from a meeting of folks who essentially are elected by them and work for them, and potentially have to expend legal fees and potentially have to pay their adversaries legal fees? I mean, what are these boards hiding that, or they want to delay release of? Why can't they just post the minutes?
Oh, I couldn't agree more. I think it's absurd, and I would never advise a client not to produce minutes. I think the reason we're here is because someone wants another law requiring minutes to be produced. Well, that law already exists, and the timing is 60 days. This one says promptly, so there's a bit of a change there. But I agree with you. Boards should be producing minutes. They should make them available. Nothing should be hidden. Nothing.
Follow up.
Further question, you mean, Clara?
Are there points where 60 days is too long because those minutes contain something that maybe is objectionable or that they want to take action of? And would you support making it, 10 working days or something like that?
I personally would support 30 days. I think 10 is difficult.
Working days, 10 working days. So it's two business weeks. Longer if there's a holiday in there somewhere.
I suppose I wouldn't lose sleep over it, but I speak for myself only.
Right.
I think 30 days would be reasonable because it's, people have lives and they can't always just go home and produce this stuff after working their job, going to their condo meeting, and maybe they have to take care of children or a parent. So let's not ask too much of our volunteers in these positions. Could I live with 30 days? Me personally, yes, I could.
So, notwithstanding, this is going to lead on to Representative Almesby. We have some other bills. The issue is not 30 days, 60 days, 10 days. If a board doesn't issue the minutes, period, they don't issue the minutes, and that there's, how do you compel a volunteer board to do their job? And obviously your response was, well, you've got to go find a lawyer and sue them. Okay. And Representative Alvey thinks that they can come to a committee and maybe they can, that committee will browbeat that board to get those minutes out of that board, but maybe not. So the end resolution is the same as electing those boards, that the only resolution, this is my question for you, is it not the only real resolution is that now you've got to then find 2/3 of the condo owners to vote to have a special meeting and throw the board out because they won't issue their minutes?
Well, you might not need that many, but I mean, I think in all walks of life, there are issues that you confront where a lawsuit's your only option. And listen, I am not a litigator. I don't like to file lawsuits over silly things. But if you go to get your car fixed and they do a lousy job, you can go back and say, listen, you screwed up my car, you've got to fix it. And maybe they do, and maybe they don't. And if they don't, you don't need a law on the books to have
we
that
do have one.
But
We have the Consumer Protection Act.
Well, yes, but you still have to invoke those rights. Don't you have to go to court?
The Consumer Protection Act is you can go to court and you get triple damages.
Yeah.
But we actually have an attorney general whose responsibility would be to take that call. And usually the attorney general will then call the auto repair.
Well, condo owners could go to the attorney general as well. What I'm saying, the car was just one example. Call it anything. You get you go to the takeout restaurant, you get the wrong order, and
let
you're
me just
upset
finish.
about it.
The problem is that all the attorney general's office or all the Consumer Protection Act is really intended to do is to make you whole, get your money back.
Mm-hmm.
But in this case, these are minutes. And the board doesn't want to print them, and board doesn't, whatever excuse why they don't do it. How does the attorney general how are you gonna force them to produce them?
I presume if enough owners cared, they could just elect a new board who will do the right thing. And again, we're not talking about the majority of boards. We're not talking about even a large minority. We're talking about a tiny minority, in my
Correct.
opinion.
Got that. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. That was Dean. Okay.
So I'm going in reverse order. So Paul, you're in the middle now. So we used to have years ago. Remember, Zalmy, maybe it was CAN. There was an association for condo owners. Wasn't it called CAN? Or am I dreaming this up? That was even before your time.
Are we on a different bill?
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Paul.
All right. Paul Okonak again.
Same bill, same people.
The concern with this is,
Same questions. Same
I-
questions.
I know you said not to repeat anything, but
Yeah.
put different perspectives is I can tell you this, that volunteer board members are declining. There are boards that's supposed to have 5. We're lucky if we have 3. There's boards that are supposed to have 7 members. We're lucky if we have 4. The pressure on the legislator and laws that are coming in to put pressure on boards and out with their families or whatnot, they're starting to retract from being volunteers. It's a problem in our industry. To go to monthly board meetings is a little daunting because you have condos out there anywhere from 5 units to 498 units in New Hampshire. And to require board member volunteers to attend a monthly meeting for things that just kind of normally run, and when most condos are run well, they put in the contracts for a landscape and snow and a painting cycle and a roofing cycle, and things just kind of flow. And once boards make those executive decisions, they're implemented and things go fine. The other thing with this is if you implement or care to implement 12 meetings a year, many management agreements with their client boards are that they specify, because time is the commodity of the management company, they specify how many meetings the management will attend or how many board meetings there are. So if you have a management company that has a client that they are to meet with 4 times a year and you go to 12, that's going to adjust the management fee, which ultimately puts the fee burden onto the unit owners. So back to what everybody says, the processes and the laws are already in place to do a broad brush approach and legislate our industry for an association or 2 that may not be following it. My suggestion would be for that association or few unit owners, we have a trade organization, Community Association Institute, is that to contact them and see if there's any attorneys or what maybe the trade organization for our industry can do to help that situation. So there are other means to maybe help folks like this. So this is very daunting to put onto associations that really don't need it. Any questions?
Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if this is an appropriate question for you.
No, go ahead.
Thank you for your testimony. There's an existing statute that requires boards to take minutes and release the minutes. That seems to be already, it's 356B37. I won't read all the details, but they're required to take them, release them within a certain time frame, and then keep them available for a number of years.
Correct.
Is that section of this bill redundant with current statute? And then if so, are we just talking about monthly versus quarterly? Is that the crux of it?
The minutes are to be distributed, and if I may regress for a moment on the time frame of minutes. Minutes are to be approved at the next board meeting. So if boards meet every other month, then they can't be approved within 30 days. What minutes can be done is maybe distributed to the public as a draft and the board approve them, or a board maybe approve them through some email so we can get them out to the populace. But board minutes are done within 30 days, a 10-day. Back to Dean's point, you have folks, we can't even get board members to respond to emails half the time. But back to this is, if your question is, this is going from quarterly to every month. And that's huge. That is huge. And if minutes are not distributed, then there's an issue, a micro issue, not a macro issue. And that should be addressed on the micro level.
Okay, Representative Herbert.
I think it would be a fair statement to say that we need to enforce the law. I'm a little concerned about the fact that you have a professional management company apparently that's got a contract. You have board members apparently, and then you have nothing's being done, and the law is being broken, and apparently the civilians, the homeowners, it's up to them to file a lawsuit in order to get the law enforced. And to me, that's backwards. And so I think the problem I see is that the state doesn't have the infrastructure or the people to enforce the law. And that disturbs me. And because a lot of this stuff is somebody's being incompetent. There's incompetence here, and that is not being punished. And somebody should go in, take the people that are not doing their job and are being paid for it, and saying, "You're out of here. I'm going to put somebody else in here who does a really good job." But only somebody like the AG can do that kind of thing. And so these folks are out and left to dry. They don't have the ability or the money to change anything. You can't get a 73/4, 2/3 vote, 3/4 vote to get anything done. There's only one thing that can happen that will actually get something done, and you put a cop on the beat. The law's being broken. It's not being enforced. End of story.
That is correct. But the good thing about this is there are safety nets in place that can, if enacted, can take care of those situations, such as call for a special meeting. I would have difficulty believing that just a few members of an association with an assessment like this or whatever are just saying we're the ones being wrong, and that there aren't more involved. I've, again, been in this business. I've seen boards overthrown. I've seen all kind of different stories that make your hair curl, but the processes were followed. And when the processes are followed, it works beautifully. So processes are there. It's all in 356B of board, how to overthrow a board, how to call a special meeting, how to remove a board member, elections. It's the process. Look at the Iowa caucuses last night. I mean, that's kind of how our democracy works.
Ooh, jeez.
Okay. Okay.
I didn't say it was right or wrong.
Okay.
But that's
All
the
right.
process.
So do you know a lawyer that represents unit owners? Have you ever met a lawyer who actually represents unit owners?
I don't know of any.
Hence, that's the problem. We need, we don't have anybody who does that. And
Yeah.
I've been just Googling it here, and I find a lot of fine law firms who are willing to help the condo association, but nobody wants to be there for the unit owner.
I disagree with that. Again, I think
Well, you disagree. Tell me, would you find one for me? So when we have our subcommittee, can you come in with a couple of lawyers who would be willing to help these folks out, just get their minutes?
I think that, again, our trade organization, when they hear that our industry is being wronged, will certainly have somebody that will step up.
Well, I've got three of you right here. So the three of you, you're going to find some lawyer for me, right? Somebody. Either that, how about you make the phone call to that condo and tell them to just give them their damn minutes.
Exactly. Yeah. Well,
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Gary.
Mr. Chairman, I have one more question for that witness, if he'll take it.
How about Gary? He's saying,
No, it's for this gentleman.
all right, come on back.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. I think you mentioned you were from Merrimack. Would you actually, because you probably know some of the players involved here, I'm guessing, and I don't actually, aside from the constituents behind you and a fellow representative, would you make that phone call if you happen to know them? Just because it would probably save a lot of people a lot of time, and there's 3 or 4 of you here who have an interest in this, and 4 of you at least that can stop showing up and
The
might get
issue
these
with
folks
that
what they need.
is I'm not an attorney, but I play one on TV. So I can't come from a legal perspective. I can come from a management company
Well,
perspective.
We'll get Gary up here.
I'll
Let's see
have
what he
to buy Gary lunch and see what we can
Right.
do, or Dean.
Okay.
So there we go.
Thank you.
Come on, Gary. I mean, all these years, you don't know a single lawyer who has ever pursued a case?
So I was going to start there, actually. I apologize because I'm horrible with names in general, and
Okay.
I'm not coming up with any off the top of my head as I sit here. But I can guarantee you that these people exist. They're maybe not as easy to find as those of us who do this sort of thing publicly for associations, but they exist. The proof of that is that when I go to court, they're whoever's on the other side.
Oh.
So all you have to do is look at some previous cases, and you know who the attorney represented. the
Yes,
other-
if I was
so
at
you
my
could give me a
office-
couple of these then.
Yes, if I was at my office looking at
Okay.
papers, I can tell you that there are those attorneys who will represent unit owners because they show up in court and they're on the other side.
Perfect.
I've dealt with them, so I
It's
know that
all
they
I'm asking from
exist.
you is when we have the subcommittee, you give me 3 New Hampshire lawyers, and you'll make my day.
Okay, I will make a note.
Because that's going to solve all these bills. If we just had lawyers who would represent people.
Okay. Fair enough. Also, I think what might help on these bills is the fact that I previously referred to myself as the spoiler because I keep telling you what already exists. But spoiler probably has a negative connotation, and maybe it's good news. Maybe I should be telling you that the good news is that because of the regulations and law that exist, you don't necessarily need more. I won't beat a dead horse. You've already heard that the law already requires both meeting minutes and financials. But what I would like to do is draw your attention just to where it is briefly. It's at 37E, 37-E of 356B, which is the Condominium Act. And again, just so everybody's on the same page, it doesn't say at present 30 days or 60 days. It says within 15 days of a unit owner's request at present. That's what it says. The 60 days comes from the fact that the board has that long on the outer end to approve meeting minutes. But what the law already says is the 60 days from the time of the meeting or 15 days from the time a unit owner requests them. So we actually already not only have this covered by existing law, but it's covered in more specific detail. The bill that we're looking at says meeting minutes, be produced promptly. And as we all know, speaking of attorneys, if we had a couple in the room, we could argue about whether or not today's Tuesday. That's just sort of how it goes. So there will certainly be arguments about what it means for meeting minutes to be delivered promptly. But in 37E, you already have an objective standard that exists with the 15 days and the 60 days. So I would say that, you've got that covered. I also just want to address very briefly the notion of the rogue bad board members that exist and the community possibly getting rid of those board members. There's been a lot of talk of the 2/3 standard, and that's understandable because the 2/3 standards applies in a lot of different areas. But with respect to removal of a board member, this is at section 40-B of the existing statute. And it says that a member of the board of directors may be removed with or without cause if the number of votes cast in favor of removal exceeds the number of votes cast in opposition to removal. And in plain English, that's just a simple majority standard. So if an association where the community feels that one or more board members is rogue and they're bad and they need to be removed, has a meeting and they seek to remove this board member, the existing law at 40B puts forth just a simple majority standard for that. So that is not a 2/3 of the community issue, and a rogue board member can be dismissed. Lastly, with respect to the notion of associations being required now to meet on a monthly basis, It's a lot. You heard that from Paul, who's a property manager, who's in the industry, who knows what's involved with these meetings. And I'll only add to that by giving a practical consideration that there are a lot of associations in New Hampshire that are what you might call summer associations. They're up at the lake, and it's where people go for fun in the summer. They're not around right now to have these meetings. Conversely, New Hampshire has a significant number of condominiums that are what you might call winter condominiums. They're up at the mountains where everybody goes to ski. And those folks are not around up there in the summer. So monthly meetings, I would suggest, are not suitable for everyone. Someone made a comment earlier about, is this a one-size-fits-all issue? Probably not. I think what you should do is leave to associations to determine what meetings they need at their association. If you have a year-round, they might decide they want monthly meetings, and if so, there's nothing stopping that. But again, you've got your summer places, you've got your winter places. So really, when it comes to how many times and when the board meets, I think you really need to, rely on the individual boards at their individual associations to decide when they need meetings and when is a good time to have them. That's all I have. I'm happy to answer questions if there are
Great.
any.
Just help me out when we do our subcommittee.
Yes, I made a note.
And then, I don't
I
know,
made a note. My adversaries will be thrilled. That
Peter
I'm
Flynn?
securing
Why
business
do I
for
know
them.
that name, Flynn? Peter Flynn. No, this is a lawyer. I just pulled him up, but like my Google, but I used to have someone used to do consumer protection statute, but
Oh,
okay.
I see. Oh, I'm sorry. One last quick point to address a question that was just sort of floating. The reason why we as attorneys can't necessarily call a rogue board and say, hey,
No,
know
you
you're
would be
supposed to
calling
give
as
out
the
the meetings.
CAI. You would be calling as CAI saying, listen, can you guys find your way to, and I'm sure they'll have lots of stories to tell you about these two lovely ladies here. But then you say, I don't care. All I know is the chairman of the committee really wants me to urge you to just
So yes, there
release
are
the minutes.
within the trade organization. There are folks, I believe, that might be able to do that. For those of us that are attorneys, I just want to mention that the rules of professional conduct for attorneys prohibit us from interacting directly with someone else's client.
Correct.
So that's why I couldn't just
I
call
appreciate
somebody
you,
out of
but
the
he said he
blue.
wasn't a lawyer, so
Right. Like I
one
said,
of you
that-
guys can make that phone call for me.
Yes, within the trade organization,
I
I believe
really
there are
would
people.
appreciate it.
I just wanted, for the record, to say that the reason why those of us that are attorneys can't just call anybody is because we're not allowed to call
got
other
it.
people's clients.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, I mean, do we take one question? Yes, Representative Ammon has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I followed your references to the 15-day requirement to release the financials and the minutes. My only question is, what happens if they don't? What's the recourse?
Actually, thank you for this question. I meant to mention that, and I failed to do so. One form of recourse we've talked about is removal of board members, and like I just said, the standard is not 2/3; it's a majority when that meeting happens. Another form of recourse, which you've already heard, is to go to court. But to sort of temper that response, I will say that, again, existing law in the New Hampshire Condominium Act, this is at section 15, Roman numeral 2, states that the prevailing party recovers their legal fees and costs. And so, to the extent that the idea is, or that the general notion is that, well, unit owners can't afford the legal process and so they're shut out and they can't be required to do that. If you've got folks that have such a good case that they're about to be able to demonstrate that there haven't been proper meetings, that there hasn't been maintenance done for 10 years, that they don't have any meeting minutes for whatever span of time that exceeds the statute, if folks are prepared to demonstrate that, even setting aside that people do have the option to represent themselves, and I see plenty of that as well in court, and judges are very open to listening to people speak about their own issues. But even if they get an attorney If they demonstrate that sort of case, hey, hands down, my board is breaking the law. It says they have to do minutes, they're just not doing them. Then under section 15, Roman numeral 2, they will be able to recover those legal fees. That's in the statute now.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks. All right, moving right along. What's the next? 1129. Yep.
I didn't speak. I was up there, but I didn't speak. I'll be really quick.
Okay, well, that's true. I didn't hit the gavel, so hurry up. Come on up. Yeah.
Solid.
Yeah.
Thank
No
you very
problem.
much, sir.
No problem.
All right. So really quick, volunteers, yes, and I was one, but oh, sorry, Katie Poirier, Merrimack, New Hampshire. So volunteers, yes, that is what you signed up for. That is what everybody signs up for, being a volunteer. One size fits all, no. Like they said, seasonal, I get it, but they also have the opportunity of meeting by Zoom. So they don't have to necessarily go in, but people could still go and watch. And it could just be a 10-minute meeting. Hey, this is a follow-up or this is an update. Cool, moving along. So that fits that. I like the bill. I think the bill's great because what you're doing if you're not allowing a quarterly is you're restricting your unit owners, your homeowners that want to be educated, want to know what is going on within my property investment, right? I am investing in this common area. So if there's trees being cut down by my, by my unit, I'd like to know, but I wouldn't know for 3 months. Let's see, so I'm not gonna go about the whole road board thing, but town meetings and stuff, I don't necessarily go all the time, but I do watch them because again, I want to be educated. And something about the car repair and it, following up. If it's still at a quarterly, I would have to wait 3 months or watch what's happening in my community to get an update. I wouldn't be able just to call because when I call management, they're like, oh, well, I'll have to talk to the board about that. And the board's not meeting for another 3 months. So I'm in limbo for 3 months. So there's a lot of talk about meeting minutes. Wasn't really, just wanted to redirect that, meetings itself are important as well. So thank you. Oh, sorry, any questions? Okay.
I think we're all set. Thanks. Okay. Now I'm going to close the hearing. All right. Representative Almy, 1129. And I'm happy to say that I have nobody in opposition to this bill. Don't say anything that changes it, please.
Well, the first thing that I want to do is to distribute a small, relevant amendment,
Okay.
which was handed to me by my co-conspirator who is not in the legislature.
Conspirator. Which we received his testimony emailed. Yeah. Yes, we got his email. Yeah, you can just pass them around. Don't worry. Just keep going. We got a snowstorm out there and we all want to get home before it gets dark.
You don't know half of it.
Okay.
So this bill is a lot narrower than the following bill, and I will have my say about governance at that point. But this is specifically about proxies. Now, from a gentleman who has a lot to say about governance, and it's up to you whether he includes it there or he stays and he includes it later. But on his condominium has decided that since when we adjusted the law to say that a undirected proxy cannot be cast by a person holding more than 10% of the votes, we neglected to define proxy and directed proxy and undirected proxy. So they have decided that there is only one kind of proxy. It is a undirected proxy, in which case a large part of his condominium is people who live out of state and are here for weekends and things occasionally. And the board sends them the proxies, the undirected proxies that say that the board has the right to vote your proxy however it wants. And he's been in quite a long fight about this. So I'm going to leave him to tell that tale. But what this bill does is it defines proxy. I checked on the internet in legal sections for that. It defines a directed proxy. It defines an undirected proxy. And then it says that the votes pertaining to a unit, if in person, have to be at a properly noticed meeting of the Unit Owners Association, which is not always quite the case, or pursuant to a directed or undirected proxy, and that the unit owner has the choice of which one. I do this quite easily with my homeowners association. I tell them all the things we're going to vote on, and they can decide whether they're directing the results on each of them. Then the other part of this is that it takes, and this part is also something I changed in the amendment when I realized what we'd done. It creates a new paragraph D that they've removed from paragraph B that says that it's not applying to time-sharing interests. The time-sharing condominiums, if nobody has mentioned that yet, are determined not to be involved in condo law, and quite rightly, because they usually have got 52 owners for each unit, and it would be a little difficult, and they run it like a hotel. So that's the bill itself. The amendment, there is in red, put in under the voting process a new subsection that says that the complete text of all voting articles must be included in the properly noticed meeting agenda. Voting on articles amended during a meeting must be deferred until the next properly noticed meeting. So that, and proper notice must be delivered to all condominium owners. That is intended to avoid them amending a bill that says we are going to appropriate $200 to repairing the roofs, to we're going to appropriate $2,500 to repairing the roofs without the membership knowing. And it should result in things like the board finding out how much this is actually going to cost. And if they don't find it outright, then like we have had to do, we're going to have to wait until the next meeting. And they could call a special meeting or quickly if they needed to. So that's the bill and the amendment, which I guess I amended a little bit to fit it in there, but is mostly written by John Cummings, who I hope you will ask next. But there is another thing. Oh, no, this one isn't. This one, the other one's for the next bill. But thank you.
Okay, so given my uneducated mind, I would consider a proxy, a piece of paper. Okay, first you have the agenda, and you have the language for all the different motions.
Right.
Okay, and then you'll have a separate piece of paper that we're going to call a proxy,
Mm-hmm.
and on that proxy would be each a number of, related to the amendment. That if at some point in time someone says, oh, you made a mistake in the amendment or anything's not right with the amendment, regardless of what anybody voted on, the amendment cannot be taken up because it's going to be, needs to be amended. And lastly, directed versus undirected, in my mind, is very important, because directed means when I take that proxy and there's going to be yes, no, you could say abstain.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right.
Yes, no, or abstain could be if you just left that line item blank, could still be, it would default to abstain. But that you can't take up any new items. You cannot expect someone at the meeting to say, well, that person really does mean something differently, because the proxy is what that person signed and owns, and only that can be voted on at the meeting. If we're there, then we're good.
Yeah.
Okay, we're good.
The biggest problem that we've got with condominiums comes with condominiums whose members cannot get to those meetings.
No doubt in my mind. I truly appreciate that I get to vote on proxies for all those stocks and companies that I own, and that now I get to do it online. And the annoyance is that some of my stocks have split and divided, and I have multiple votes, but at least it's easy, simple, and I know my vote has been placed. And I think this is a wonderful change to our condo statute.
Thank you.
Okay.
John Cummings has given.
Yeah,
you
I got
a-
John. He's on the top of the list here. Okay, John.
My name is John Cummings. I'm a condominium owner in Freedom, New Hampshire. I sent my document to you.
Yes,
I
we
wasn't
did.
sure if I could make it, so I'm not sure if you haven't seen it at all, but.
For those of us who read our emails, I have absolutely
Okay.
seen it.
So passing HB 1129 will prevent any condo owner from having to fight for their voting rights like I've had to for the past 2 years. I've been in a 2-year battle with our board of directors to be able to vote via directed proxies as is allowed under the current statute. This year, I personally spent over $6,000 in legal fees fighting our board for the right to vote via directed proxy. And that $6,000 was spent to resolve the matter outside of court. I was told, take us to court by the board, and my lawyer wanted another $10,000 retainer just to take it to court, and that probably would have cost me quite a bit more than that. And to add insult to injury, the association attorney is on a recorded board meeting saying directed proxies are allowed, but I still was not allowed to cast a vote via directed proxy. I contacted the Attorney General, Representative Susan Almy, and then several New Hampshire condo attorneys, and they all confirmed that directed proxies are allowed under the current statute. I presented our board with this information, and they still denied me the right to vote via directed proxies. Our board is emboldened by the fact that condo owners have virtually no recourse. So once again, I reached out to Susan Almy to propose changes before us in 1129. The proposed changes to statute B39 make it clear that both directed and undirected proxies are allowed under the statute. Please support HB 1129. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. You're good.
Oh, good. Thanks.
Okay, we'll start with Gary this time. Yeah, these are
Okay, thank you. Not to begin with a question, but do you want names of attorneys? Because now I have some.
You got some. Just please give them to those ladies behind us.
Okay,
Right, we don't need to hear them, but.
Okay,
yeah. Okay, you can set, it would be great if you email that to me, but yes.
Okay,
that'd be good.
and-
But
and
make sure
I'll-
you get a copy for them.
Okay, and
Thank
I'm
you.
happy to speak to the ladies privately and let them know. I have.
I appreciate you being so vigilant in my
sure.
request.
I have 4 names so far.
Okay.
Okay, this is 1129, the proxies. Yes. So again, I'm here for CAI's Legislative Action Committee, and as a committee, having looked at this bill, we supported it because we believe it provides some additional clarity to the existing law. Proxies are already covered in existing law, that is true, but this particular bill doesn't try to re-legislate the issue, and it doesn't create a conflict. It really just seems to clarify, which we think is a good thing.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Dean. No, he's left the room.
He has a good couple of hours drive.
Okay.
So he left early.
All right, moving right along. We'll close the public hearing on 1129. Yep. Okay, we'll open up the public hearing on 1645. Representative Almy.
Yeah. This one probably takes longer. This is something maybe you can read at your leisure, but as I was eating lunch, I looked at my email and I had an email from a woman who would be here if she'd known about this several days ago. Representative Almy, Grafton 17, I think, City of Lebanon. And you have, those of you who've been on this committee before have, except for last term when it was kidnapped by a senator, and turned into something that was totally unrecognizable. We've been putting this bill in with more refinements until 2020, when it passed the House and went into purgatory, because right after it passed the House, we all were sent home to shut down for 2 weeks while COVID started to rage. And when we got past the 2 weeks, we were told that everybody else was shutting down too. So the bill needed a public hearing in the Senate because they needed to understand it better. They were favorable to it. We could have passed it, but it didn't happen. And here we are again. And what it is about is how to enforce violations of good governance, which means what the condominium law says, other state laws might say, what the declaration that everybody agreed to when they bought their unit says, and the bylaws that are created then or after. One of the problems that we have, I just wanted to mention first, someone had said something about we don't need any more condominium law. The problem is that most of the declarations were written by the developers. And they were written with requirements that 2/3 or 60% of the members had to vote to approve a change in the bylaws. And that you can't approve a change in the declaration. But the developer and his interests are primary in that declaration and bylaws. And it didn't matter to the people in 1970, whatever it was, that wrote the first condominium law, because at that time, what they were really worried about was corrupt developers. People that sold people lots that didn't exist, people that sold people houses that were grade F when they'd promised them grade A, or they'd promised them not to put another house right at their doorstep, and they did anyway. So it wasn't, they weren't thinking about, okay, now you've got a condominium, which is volunteer people running a board. This is what I started with when I got into this 15 years ago or whatever it was. You've got volunteer people running a board. Maybe you've got a septic system like we do. Maybe you've got a lot of roads that you have to fix every now and then. There's a whole lot of things that are decisions of the condominium group, which are equivalent to decisions by the people in the municipality. But the municipal association helps the boards of the municipalities and the town council and the city council or the town selectmen or the aldermen. It helps them figure out how to govern, gives them trainings, provides them guidebooks, all that kind of stuff. So they really, the people in the condominium situation only have the state law. And that makes things pretty difficult. This situation was solved for manufactured housing in the beginning of the 90s or the 80s. I can't remember. But they set up a condominium, a manufactured housing board. And this bill is based on what that manufactured housing board did. And what it did basically was to have a group of people from all sides of the trailer parks, plus a independent lawyer as volunteers meeting on a regular basis to look at complaints. And they would decide whether the complaint was reasonable or unreasonable, fit into existing laws somehow or didn't, but they would actually create law. What they would do is they would make a decision, the lawyer always wrote it, they would make a decision and they would send it, they would do a synthesis of the decision, and they would put it in the files of the Superior Court of that county. And it would sit in the Superior Court for 6 months, I think it was. And if nobody appealed that decision from the two groups that were represented in the trailer park, they would it would become case law. And across the state, a judge that got a case from people who were aggrieved about in a trailer park would pull this decision out and say, okay, this is what that board decided. And I agree with it or I don't agree with it, but they would use it as the basis of their decision. It would be a very short case. And the judge could establish remedies after that. This is what we're looking for in condominium law, because we can't put every little detail of everything into the condominium law, even if then people would read it and the boards would obey it. We don't have an enforcement mechanism. I am really happy to say that, I also have this I hadn't handed out. I've got to get to amendments next, but I'm really happy to say that some of these amendments are because I was contacted by the head of the Consumer Protection Bureau in the AG's office and offered some things that they thought should be fixed, which this is a first attempt, this amendment, part of this amendment, to do that. So that the legal procedure would go smoothly and that then they would be willing to help out. In the past, they haven't had enough personnel in the AG's office, and please don't take this as a decision that we ought to remove some of them again, but they haven't had enough of them so that they could deal with cases that affected condominiums. They would just, when you called up, they would say, we're sorry, but you're going to have to find a lawyer. Finding a lawyer has been extraordinarily difficult, but some other people might mention that. And so the dispute, that's essentially what that dispute board does. It creates an efficient process that takes most of the burden away from the AG's office, which wasn't doing it at any rate. I think there's someone here from his office who's going to be speaking. And I'll just pass these amendments out. Oh, I kept one. I'll keep that. The first thing is on page 1, lines 9 to 11. On this, I added on my own actually. 3 members of, or anyway, 3 members who are resident unit owners, not just owners of condominiums. That was from my co-conspirator, who misread it as being possibly saying 3 members who were owners of whole condominiums. Which would be, for instance, a developer who still hadn't let go. But neither, I wrote in, neither members appointed under this subparagraph nor their immediate household members shall be members of their respective condominium board that are in that membership group for the board. And then after that, the filing fee that we've been putting in is $250. We didn't want it to be more than a single individual with a really bad case could afford to do. But today, with expenses the way they are, and frankly, with what's been done to the Manufactured Housing Board, we thought that it ought to go up to 500. But it's something that hasn't been discussed, for instance, in my condo study committee, which hasn't been able to meet enough. And then on page 3, when we're looking at the decisions, and this is in response to what the head of the Consumer Protection Bureau suggested to me. There are a number of changes. Page 3, line 8, the order, when the board makes its decision, an order shall be made in writing and shall include findings of facts. Findings of fact shall be accompanied by a concise and explicit statement of the underlying facts supporting the findings. And I put in the order shall include the actions that must be taken by either or both parties to remedy the complaint within a specific time frame. I'm not sure if that's the right language. That was what, in response to what Senior Assistant Attorney General told me. So Brandon Garrett. And then below in line 17 to 20, the existing language is a decision of the board may be appealed by either party following a request for rehearing by applying for an appeal to the Superior Court of the county. If no timely appeal is taken pursuant to that paragraph, the decision of the board shall become final. This is the part I was talking to you about it sits with the Superior Court for a while, and after enough time has passed, it is filed as case law. But then I added 4. I guess I added 4 twice. In the event that the decision of the board is disregarded by one of the parties, and this is what we frequently get from just ordinary attempts of people to help out and to get the board to do what is in the RSAs. In the event it is disregarded by one of the parties at any time after the certified abstract of the decision is filed with the court, the aggrieved party may appeal to the court for enforcement, at which point the judge of the Superior Court may apply civil penalties, including fines and restitution leveled on the condominium manager, board members, or disruptive unit owner. That might be a little controversial, but I felt that it should not be levied on the condominium because frequently the practice that 1 or 10 people are trying to get stopped has been hurting everybody else in the condominium association too. So that is what I came up with, but it's something to be discussed. The right of either, and then another 4, the right of either party to separately file a lawsuit challenging the final decision of the board shall not be infringed, in which case the board shall be represented by the Department of Justice. The first part of that was told me sternly by Brandon Garrett, the Senior Assistant Attorney General. The second part of it I added because it only seems fair. that they should help out at that point. But that's another thing that may be disputed. And then the rest of this is about the fiscal note and what we're likely to be doing about the fiscal note. The Manufactured Housing Board operated with one administrative assistant for about 25 years before they were starting to work themselves out of a job, and they were operating after that with about a tenth of a person. And there's no reason that this can't be done without what is now called a board manager, I believe. A board, I've got it in board administrator. But they gave us a fiscal note that said that it is the board administrator plus a lawyer plus a researcher, board administrator, investigator, prosecutor, and hearings officer. And each of those grades gets more expensive. The board administrator by themselves would be about $80,000 a year. And that's what we need given the structure we've got. And I have an appointment Thursday afternoon with the head of the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification, who I worked with on occasion in small ways, to discuss the fiscal note, which she could not remember. So I'm hoping that the fiscal note is going to change radically. But it also would require, I presume, a board administrator position, labor grade 19, which is I've put in there at the end as a kind of place setter for that. So that's all of the amendments that I've got, and I'm sorry I'm getting them to you late. And if anyone doesn't have one, I seem to have printed them out twice.
Maybe you want to, did you give one to Mr. Skura from the DOJ? That might inform his testimony. We have questions?
I don't.
I saw Representative Gibbs' hands first and then Representative Burrows. Representative Gibbs, question.
Thank you. Let me just wait for Representative Almy to sit back down. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Almy. First of all, I want to thank you for recognizing the fact that an employee would probably be required and therefore that an appropriation would be required. We've had some bills that came before us that were not so practical. But I do have a technical question which regards the language at the bottom of page 3, where the final paragraph deals with an annual report. And lines 34 and 35 says that the annual report should contain the number of complaints received and the number of complaints accepted and rejected. I'm figuring that complaints accepted means complaints accepted for review by the board. And
Yes.
rejected means complaints that were not accepted for review by the board because they're outside the board's purview. But don't you think that that should be followed by some additional language requiring that the report include the number of complaints resolved or decided and the number of complaints decided for or against the complainant? Shouldn't there be an additional amendment to that effect?
That would probably be a very useful thing to do.
Okay. Representative Burrows.
I would
I'm sorry.
just, if I could add to that, the complaints would be rejected if they did not fit within the language which is in here about on page 2, starting page line 19, that we're talking about failure by the condominium association to follow its declaration and bylaws, failure to follow proper voting procedures as defined in B39, RSA 356B39, other actions not in compliance with condominium instruments or the Condominium Act. So there's something I call pink flamingos, which is a very frequent kind of complaint in condominiums, that you allow you allow one person to put pink flamingos in their lawn, and you don't allow someone else to put purple ones and things like that. Things that are not related to the governance.
You had a brief follow-up, Representative Gibbs?
Thank you. Yes, I think you and I are in agreement about the meaning of complaints accepted or rejected. What I was suggesting is that some additional information be required regarding decisions that have been made by the board, so that the number of decisions be reported and the number of complaints decided for the complainant or against the complainant.
And maybe those that are still in the number that's still in process.
Yes.
All right, and so we're making suggestions. So that would be a would you believe, right? And this will go to a subcommittee, so perhaps you two might want to reach out and work out that detail before the subcommittee. Representative Burrows.
Okay. Thanks for taking my question. I see in the fiscal note that the OPLC was unable to estimate how many condominium associations exist in New Hampshire. So I guess my question is, we don't know the number of condominiums. How might we know the number of complaints that might get in? And therefore, how do we know that we need this outlay of $374,000?
Right. Well, the CHI thinks that there are roughly one condominium unit for every 6 people living in New Hampshire. I'm not so sure about that because I think a bunch of them are second owner condominiums and they don't live in New Hampshire, most of them. It's really hard to figure this out. I've been trying to talk with the wrong people in the Census Bureau for a couple of years now, and I finally got told which people to try and talk to, that they're in HUD, but I haven't had time to follow up. But that isn't the relevant part. The most important part of it is something we also don't know, which is how many condominium associations are off the rails. And there are an awful lot of people. Well, I shouldn't say an awful lot of people. Among the maybe 24 different groups of people that we've heard from over the years that have actually figured out that the Condominium Study Committee exists, there have been, they all we find out about because they've gone off the rails. They're disobeying our law. They're disobeying their law. Sometimes they've actually lost significant documents that could be used. That's the problem with how many complaints that there are going to be. First, we don't have a method to spread this around, though if we had such a board, I think it would spread more easily, partly because the Consumer Protection Department would be telling them about it. But we have no idea how many there would be.
Follow-up question?
So I guess the question is, we don't know how many complaints are going to come in, but yet we're suggesting that there be a staff of 4 people for $374,000. So I'm trying to wrap my head around that.
Well, that's just first part of that fiscal note problem. They don't need an investigator. The investigation gets done by people for and against coming to the board and talking to them. And then perhaps a little bit of fact checking by those volunteers. But a prosecutor, there isn't going to be a prosecutor, it's the board. And then if the board is disregarded, then it goes to the court. But it goes to the court with the decision of the board, and which usually takes priority, but the judge gets to decide whether he thinks that that board has gone off the rails. So it's an extra guideline in there before the judge then decides what he thinks appropriate penalty for never giving minutes is.
So quick follow-up on that?
Yeah,
Right,
and there's
finally?
no hearing office.
One more follow-up?
So are you saying that we don't need any of these people?
We need a board administrator. I don't know if they have to be labor grade 19.
But we
because
don't
I
know how many
what that
people are going to
means.
complain, but we need the board administrator?
Well, the board administrator, well, if they only get 5 complaints, that board administrator is going to be doing something else in OPLC. And the budget people are probably going to have something to say with them about it the next time. If we get 100 complaints in 3 months, then I think that OPLC is going to be complaining a little. What happened in the old days was that the Manufactured Housing Board had taken, had been put into the OPLC, or its predecessor, I think it was called something else then. And because the services that are provided in general, the administrative services for a board are needed to be put somewhere. And they do a good job of that now.
I have one question for you, Representative Almy.
Yeah.
The study committee for condominiums, committee to study the laws relating to condominium and homeowners association. I think you referenced that. It's been running since 2010.
Yes,
14 years.
The end of 2010, yeah.
This legislation that you're proposing, is this a work product of that study committee?
Yes.
It is. And how about the amendment that you're proposing?
The what?
How about the amendment that you're proposing? Is that
The
also?
amendment that I am proposing is just a work product of me talking back and forth with the Senior Assistant Attorney General over the weekend.
One more brief question. Let's move on to the next.
But she
Yeah, I
had-
understand.
yeah.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. Just to get back to Representative Burrow's question, do I understand correctly that what you're proposing is a staff of 1, not a staff of 4?
Yes, exactly.
Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
We're going to call up John Cummins. He supports the bill. He has written testimony, and he's from Freedom. And if you could limit your remarks to just a few minutes, that would be appreciated.
Sure.
Thank
Yep.
you.
My name is John Cummings. I'm an owner of a seasonal condominium, Freedom. The owners have virtually no recourse at all to go after the boards for these violations. I've heard that we can simply hire an attorney, but I fought the directed proxy issue, and it took me a long time to find an attorney to fight for me. I got a hold of a few attorneys. They agreed with my case, but they said they couldn't take it because it would prevent them from getting hired from boards for doing work for the board attorney. So our board of directors selectively follows RSA 356 with the confidence that it is very unlikely that an owner will challenge them in court. And they're also playing with house money as opposed to an owner who has to put up, you know, $10,000 or $20,000 up his own pocket to take somebody to court over an issue. And if they lose, they might end up paying the association's expense, which I think it's one of the RSB 34, maybe whatever that is, as we have to, the loser pays all fees. So without a dispute board, we don't have much other help. The Attorney General won't help. You know, I don't know what else to say about that. We need something short of going to court and less expensive than that to resolve some issues. So please consider support for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. We have 3 from CAI. Do you want to pick one member of your team? And okay. And your name is Gary Daddario. All right. And you oppose the bill and you ask for 3 minutes.
Yes, I will try to be brief. As Paul just mentioned, we've narrowed our group down from 3 speakers to 1. Again, we're from CAI, the Legislative Action Committee for the New Hampshire branch. CAI is a national organization. They're a nonprofit. They exist solely to make life in community settings better. That is what they do on a nationwide basis. We would urge the New Hampshire legislature to adopt what their policy is on a national level, which is that condominiums are self-governing associations. They are not just allowed, but obligated to self-govern through condominium instruments like the declaration and the bylaws. And CAI's position is that, like so many other issues, what a given association needs for a dispute resolution process varies from association to association. So best to let them make their own. There's nothing stopping any association from doing that. I represent associations that have such policies in place. I've been to these types of meetings that occur on an in-house basis, and I can tell you that they do work. Problems get resolved. In a particular instance, there was a case that allowed, because we were at the association engaging in their in-house process, it allowed us to do something that I don't even think could be done if we were standing before some sort of state agency or state board. It was a noise issue between 2 neighbors, and the neighbors allowed us, obviously with their consent, we went to the units involved. We stood in one unit, went outside, went back in the other unit, turned on the TV in one, turned on the radio in another. We went back and forth, and people were actually able to learn what it sounds like when the noise comes through the wall. The 2 neighbors each felt that they got somewhat of an education as to each other's perspective. And ultimately, through the exercise, we identified the volume levels that would be acceptable within their devices, and the problem was resolved. Again, I don't think that type of sort of at-home process or resolution could have happened even if we were before a state board, just because we're no longer at the condominium. We don't have the ability to do those sorts of things. So largely, we advocate for associations being able to do this on their own. To the extent, if it is the case that this legislature feels that legislation is necessary, we think that the appropriate legislation would be something similar to what has been done with other issues, where the Condominium Act says that the bylaws shall include, and then a statement such as a process for resolving disputes with the unit owners. The existing law says that about other things, and because the law says that, when these documents are drafted, these items are put in. Our other issues with this particular bill include the fact that it's not only creating new government, but with that new cost. And it's, to me, particularly troubling that the new government would be what I will call a one-way street, and I will explain. This new board, notwithstanding that it would be a state board, would accept complaints from unit owners about their association, but would not accept complaints from association about a unit owner that's violating the rules. So even though it's a sort of segment of the New Hampshire state government, it would only be catering to the needs of sort of one side of the equation and not the other, which I think from an equity perspective is problematic. Other procedural issues that we see are that this board would make an initial determination about the merits of a complaint without ever hearing from the accused association. And this bill has come up before, and I've said this before, but it bears repeating. I'll provide an easy example. My theory is that in a vacuum, meaning if this board doesn't receive any input from the accused association, in a vacuum, my theory is that any complaint will sound meritorious unless someone puts absolute gibberish on a page and submits it. If you get no information from the accused, a complaint will always sound legitimate. Now I'll give my example. The board might receive a complaint from someone that says, I was recently denied at last week's annual meeting my most important and my most basic right as a condominium unit owner. I was denied the ability to vote. I went to the annual meeting. I went there in person. My association refused to give me my ballot, and as a result, I was unable to vote. On its own, that sounds like not only a legitimate, meritorious complaint, but a serious one at that. What I can tell you is that it's not uncommon for associations to have in their bylaws that certain rights and privileges, including voting at association meetings, are dependent upon a unit owner being in good standing with the community. Good standing is often defined as being both in compliance with whatever the association's rules and restrictions are, and up to date on whatever the unit's financial obligations are to the association. And so in the example I just gave, it sounds out of hand without any information from the association like a very meritorious complaint. But if the association were allowed to provide some information and said, our documents say you need to be in good standing. This person that was denied the ability to vote hasn't paid a condominium fee in 14 months. That's why they weren't able to vote. It's all in our documents. Then that changes everything. And so the point of that example is just to sort of highlight the importance of, if such a board were to exist, even if such a board were to only operate as a one-way street, meaning that they only accept complaints from unit owners and not from the association, it still only makes sense procedurally for this board to get some form of input from the accused association before they make any decisions, even if it's a preliminary decision about the merits of the complaint. I don't really know of another instance in any sort of legal or even pseudo legal setting where you have, an accuser and the accused provides no information. I know that they anticipate that happening later, but again, it's problematic for all involved if this committee is reading, complaints in a vacuum and deciding that everything has merit, and then everything that comes in goes forward, and there's gonna be a lot of hearings before these boards. I know associations, we've talked about board members, they're not going to appear without legal representation. They just won't do it. They're volunteers. They feel strained as it is. And they're not going to subject themselves to something like that. So in terms of expense, I don't think that there's necessarily a real savings. It was mentioned that the fee for this new board is anticipated to be in the neighborhood of $250. That is within $25 to $30 of the fee for filing a court case. And if a unit owner wanted to file a case against their association and represent themselves, they are entitled to do that. And again, if they got their attorney, and this is a point that was made earlier in the day, But if a unit owner got an attorney, went to court, proved a case, and won, Section 15, Roman numeral 2, would allow them to recover their legal costs. So, all told, we just don't think there's that compelling of a reason for the state to add government and add expense. If it does, we would hope that it wouldn't be a one-way street. And again, finally, even if it is a one-way street, we would hope that this board would at least take some information in from the accused before anything else is done. But generally speaking, I think a better approach for this legislature would be, if anything, to simply put into the law that a dispute resolution process at the condominium is something that needs to be in their bylaws.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Representative Gibbs, do you have a question?
Thank you, I do. And thank you for taking my question. You refer to preferring an in-house dispute resolution system. And you gave an example of a dispute between two neighbors. But if the dispute were in fact between the board and an individual unit owner, but the complaint had to be resolved, if the statute provided that the complaint had to be resolved in-house, wouldn't that be providing that the board would be allowed to adjudicate complaints against itself?
So potentially in the first instance, I do still think it matters because it does change the process. In other words, what we've heard here today from unit owners who have had issues, we've heard repeatedly that the property management company doesn't listen to me, they don't give me the time of day. The board, they don't listen to me, they don't give us the time of day. So if the in-house process, even if it just mandated that the board have a meeting with the unit owner, hear the unit owner out on what their issues are, it would still be some form of forward progress because there would be more happening than what is happening right now.
Further question, you may inquire.
Thank you. We've heard several discussions today about what happens if there's something in the statute and the board just doesn't do it. What if it's in the statute and the board just doesn't do it?
So unfortunately, that question could be raised of anything. I mean, we have any number of laws in the state on both the civil side and the criminal side, and there are those people who choose to break those laws every single day in all kinds of areas, regardless of what the law is. And, we have what we have. We have a system of laws, and we have a system where we have the judicial courts in place for people to go to with their issues. When we talk about any of these items, that question sort of remains. In other words, earlier today, we were talking about a piece of legislation that said, well, the board should give minutes promptly. And we had a discussion about the fact that the law already requires boards to give minutes. And the question became, well, what happens if the board doesn't follow that law? Well, if we passed the bill that we were discussing today and we added to the law an additional sentence that said that meeting minutes must be provided promptly, a board that's going to break the law could just as easily break that law as any other on the books. And so I think that we're not going to prevent, regardless of what statute we're talking about or what bill we're talking about, I don't think we can legislate our way into full compliance because there will always be those people who choose to not follow the law or to break the law. I think for those cases, what we have to rely on are the recourses that exist in our system.
So Representative Gibbs, you'll be happy to know the answer of this question you just posed is about to be answered. Thank you very much for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Chair will call on Kevin Sora from the Department of Justice. Good afternoon. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Oh, no worries. My name is Kevin Skura. I'm an assistant attorney general in the Consumer Protection and Antitrust Bureau over at the Department of Justice. I want to clarify that I'm not speaking either in favor or against the legislation. Neither is my office nor the attorney general taking a position on the legislation. The purpose of the testimony today is simply to point out a couple of potential technical issues that have the potential to cause confusion or make it difficult for the bill to accomplish the purposes that it sets out to accomplish. And some of this covers some of the ground that was addressed in the amendment that was discussed a little earlier. And so I guess, to some extent, it may be talking about the same issues as the amendment. I think the first issue I'd like to talk about is the authority of the board. The current draft of the legislation, before the amendment, I think to some extent, even after the amendment, doesn't address what types of relief that the board will be able to order. And so the legislation contemplates that the board might be able to order parties to take actions in the amendment, or before that to enter a decision that will go to the Superior Court. It doesn't clarify what kinds of relief the board can award. And so you could think about a court that can award injunctive relief or damages or penalties or costs. And a board might wish to do any one of those things in different cases, but it's not clear from the current text of the draft whether it has the power to do that. And again, I'm not taking a position on which of those powers, if any, would be appropriate for the board. Just pointing out that the current draft doesn't really specify which powers it has, which could lead to a challenge to any board action that's taken. Second, the draft legislation leaves unclear, what effect it has on the jurisdiction of the Consumer Protection Bureau. The amendment addresses this issue with respect to the superior courts. The draft legislation before the amendment also had an open question of what the effect would be on the jurisdiction of the superior courts. The amendment addresses that issue, but leaves the issue of what effect it would have on the jurisdiction of the Consumer Protection Bureau. As it's in effect today, the Condominium Act provides that the provisions of the act shall be administered and enforced by the Consumer Protection and Antitrust Bureau. And the current draft legislation states that the board can accept complaints against condominium associations that are forwarded by the Consumer Protection Bureau, but doesn't clarify what effect that forwarding mechanism would have on the Consumer Protection Bureau, whether the Bureau would be able to bring its own action if it saw fit to do that. And as currently drafted, the legislation could lead to challenges to action by the Bureau, and the outcome of a challenge like that would not be clear. Next, the draft legislation provides for a filing fee that will be required for complaints that are filed with the board, and also provides that the complaints can be forwarded from the Bureau to the board, but doesn't specify whether the filing fee would apply to the forwarded complaints, who would be responsible for paying it. So the committee is aware there's currently no fee to file a complaint with the Consumer Protection and Antitrust Bureau. And so if sort of left as it is, it could create an incentive for unit owners to file complaints with the Bureau in the hopes that they would be forwarded on to the board, and thereby avoid the filing fee. The draft legislation also provides that people who are filing complaints have to give 10 days notice to the opposing party, and that the board has a mechanism to dismiss complaints if it finds the claim to be frivolous or without merit. It's also not clear how those procedures would apply in the case of complaints that were forwarded from the Bureau. So if the Bureau got a complaint and forwarded it to the board, does the board still have the power to dismiss the complaint if it finds it frivolous or without merit? Also, who is responsible for providing notice? Is it the Bureau or the complainant in the case of forwarded complaints? And sort of on the topic of frivolous, our Bureau receives complaints against condominiums, and many of those complaints involve disputes around things like access to documents, or adherence to, aesthetic rules of condominiums, like paint colors or yard maintenance. And, I'm not taking a position on whether those complaints are frivolous or not. They may not have statewide impact. They certainly do invoke strong feelings. One potential benefit of a board like this may be that it could provide a forum to resolve those kinds of disputes. But the committee may wish to provide a little more guidance on what counts as a frivolous complaint as it's considering the legislation. I had a note on the defined term usage, which I think the amendment addressed about the distinction between condominium owners and condominium unit owners. Next, I wanted to note that the draft legislation selects two different parts of the Department of Justice to serve roles in relationship to the board, which it requires the bureau chief for the Consumer Protection Bureau to direct the board's rulemaking process, and then requires the civil division to act as counsel to the board. There may be good reasons to do that, but I did want to note that it would, require sort of attorneys from different parts of the office to develop expertise in the same area. And that leads into the final point I want to make, which is the potential fiscal impact of the legislation on the Department of Justice. This is covered in the Department of Justice's fiscal note, but because it would require the bureau chief of the Consumer Protection Bureau to act as to direct the board's rulemaking and the civil division to act as counsel, it could require increased staffing at the Attorney General's office, depending on the length and complexity of the rulemaking process and how many complaints the board receives and how involved that work winds up being, which could affect the consumer escrow account and the general fund. But at this point, without knowing how long those tasks will take, it's impossible to estimate what the fiscal impact of the bill would be. I thank the committee for its time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Now, Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Regarding the testimony that was provided by the previous witness, that it would be problematic if the board were to make a decision based only on information provided by the complainant, considering the fact that the bill itself states that someone from the AG's office would advise the board. Wouldn't that person from the AG's office advise the board that due process would require that the board, in investigating a complaint, hear from both parties?
Well, I'm not sure I can answer what sort of constitutional due process might require. I recall that the bill sort of contemplates rulemaking, which may address whether any sort of procedures, what the procedures may be in a sort of pre-hearing process, in a pre-hearing motions process, which may or may not. I mean, certainly that's where in many situations you do see an opportunity for a response from an accused party.
Further question may inquire.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question. Okay, putting aside constitutional issues, wouldn't you advise, if you were advising the board on behalf of the AG's office, that general fairness would require receiving information from both parties?
I mean, certainly the legislation as it currently has been drafted contemplates a hearing, and I think talks about rulemaking, which would talk about a pretrial process, and to me a pretrial process would involve. I mean, in a court, you'd call it a motion to dismiss. I don't know, what it would be called in this situation, but something like that.
You're all set. So, have you guys done rules before in Consumer Protection Division? I don't remember.
The Consumer Protection Division did draft the rules for the Condominium Act and for the Land Sale Registration Act.
When the original rules.
And we have to update them every 10 years in accordance with the Administrative Procedure Act.
But if someone were to call up with a complaint and say, what can you do for me?
I would say that the Consumer Protection Division is normally is we try to make you whole, restitution or try to order the merchant or wherever there was to cease and desist. Well, obviously you're not going to order a cease and desist here in this case or no way. So what exactly could you do to help a consumer get this case resolved even if without this statute on the book?
So, at the Consumer Protection Bureau, we receive complaints against all kinds of businesses, including condominium associations.
Right.
Every written complaint that we receive, an attorney reviews. We ask the consumer for the permission to send the complaint to the business. Assuming they grant it, we send the complaint to the business and get their response. And then from there, we make a decision about, sometimes a letter on the Attorney General's letterhead can
Resolve it.
Can
Sometimes.
resolve the situation. Sometimes it doesn't. And we make a decision then about whether to pursue an investigation or possible litigation.
Have you ever done any litigation?
Have I personally done
No,
litigation?
no. I'm saying has the office ever done any litigation on a condo?
Has it done litigation in response to a complaint against
Yeah.
a condo board?
Yeah.
I don't have the answer to that question. I'm not aware of any,
Okay.
but I'm not sure that it has.
So could you find out? Is that possible? You can
Sure.
give us a little case law.
I could find out whether that we've ever taken an action against a condo board based on a complaint from a unit owner.
Right. Okay.
Question?
All right, Representative Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Attorney Spiro, for taking my question. Just want to understand why this makes sense under the Office of Professional Licensure. I see that their fiscal note was the largest, and near the end of the bill, it says the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification, the administration of the Condominium Dispute Resolution Board is inserted under their authority. So if you have any thoughts on that, would you please share?
I was not aware of that until I got to the hearing today. I'm not certain why it would be that way. I mean, the Condominium Act assigns to the Consumer Protection Bureau the authority and I guess duty to enforce the act and the jurisdiction of resolving disputes about it to the superior courts. So I'm not sure what role the OPLC would play, but I also candidly have not researched the issue.
Any other questions? Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to call you separately. So this time, Katie Boyer. No, you are not bad at all. I know some Poyers from New Jersey, so that's how I can pronounce your name.
No relation. All right, sorry. You've heard me talk many times already. If there was a resolution board, I wouldn't have to be here. Because as you've heard, I've got a rogue board and management. And I'd be able to seek their assistance. As far as the whole somebody not being able to or go to an annual meeting and vote, and because they weren't in good standing, there could be, a questionnaire that, you're submitting this in, you're paying these. Maybe they should also have to require a current condo fee statement. Those questions can be, taken care of. The financial standpoint of putting that up, 35K is just a number. Is there going to be a lot or a less? That's why these things can be revisited on a yearly basis. If there's more or less that need to be done. As far as the AG's office, I called the AG's office. I've called the consumer division. I was told, sure, fill out this form, but I don't know who I'm going to give it to. You don't, I have a reasonable accommodation issue for my son. I called them, asked them, filled it out, and they said, I'm like, I need help. Like, I'm not getting any answers. This has been going on for 6 months. And they said, go ahead, fill this out. And you know what? I don't know where I'm going with that, but they said, you should call, the disabilities lawyer or something, because you'd get a better response from them. That's really sad if I can't even get help from the Attorney General. So I guess that's all I gotta say, is I'm supportive. Any questions? We're good? Okay.
Thank you. Dick Sweat? That's how you wrote Dick this time, right? Really? You sure you're not an ambassador? You're not the ambassador. There we go.
I've been up here before, so I will not introduce myself. Dick Sweat, Stratham, New Hampshire. On HB 1645 FN, the Condominium Leadership Council and the Vineyard Board of Directors oppose this bill for the following reasons. RSA 356B35 states the condominium bylaws were to be written providing for the self-government of the condominium by an association of unit owners. HB 1645 would allow a unit owner to petition the dispute board directly and not follow any complaint procedures prescribed in the association's bylaws. HB 1645 is contrary to the principle of an association's right of self-government. The appointed dispute board would substitute the wisdom of elected association boards who have a vested interest in their association as compared to appointed outsiders who really don't have any knowledge of a specific condominium association. HB 1645 provides for final relief by appeal to the Superior Court. This is the same court that would decide a case without the burdens and expense required by appearing before the resolution board. HB 1645 will provide the resolution of disputes and will add an unnecessary layer of legal processes. And what penalties can the dispute board levy on a party who does not comply with the dispute board's decision? If condominium owners are not happy with the elected board's governance and management practices, the remedy is for the owners to participate in the association's governance by being elected to the association's board of directors. Paragraph 356B 73, paragraph 3C, statement that this is the statement from this issue we're looking at here. The statement says, the board, meaning the dispute board, shall not be bound by common law or statutory rules of evidence, but may admit all testimony having a reasonable probative value. And this, to me, is a description of an autocratic tribunal. The Office of Professional Licensure and Certification will oversee the dispute board for the OPLC to fulfill its duties under H 1645. The estimated cost is $374,000. I would also point out that this board is modeled after the Manufactured Housing Board. And if you go to the Manufactured Housing Board, they do have a website, and you can look at their meeting and board and agendas. And they only have 2 years up. 2021, they had, I don't know, maybe 4 hearings, and I think they were like preliminary hearings, and they might have had 1 actual resolution hearing. And in 2022, I don't think they had any hearings. And I think they might have 1 or 2, maybe 1. And in 2023, there were no posting whatsoever. So I don't know how many manufactured housings are around here, but the percentage of those folks availing themselves of that dispute board is minimal.
We actually repealed it.
Beg your pardon?
We repealed it. It doesn't exist anymore.
It doesn't even exist anymore.
No.
And the reason it doesn't exist?
That's, well, I'll tell you offline.
Okay. Well, I'm just kind of curious, you know, it's important. Let me see. Well, I would say in this resolution here, it basically does say that the Attorney General will represent this board. That would mean to me that anybody who comes before this board is probably also going to have an attorney present. So no matter whether you're going before this board and having attorneys, or you go to the Superior Court where the final resolution is going to be anyway, you're going to be dealing with attorneys. Well, I think that's really all I have. I will say that these are all dealing with civil penalties. Certainly if they're criminal penalties, we're dealing with a different can of worms, but these are all civil penalties. So that is all I have. And thank you very much.
Thank you, and I hope you enjoyed your day here. And
I am coming back, as a matter of fact.
you're going to come back with our
Yeah, I'm
subcommittees.
coming back. This has
Yeah,
really been,
should,
I've really
should.
enjoyed this.
That's
This-
even more fun.
You know, I've
than
learned
this.
an awful lot about this whole organization and group. I really
Yeah,
have.
maybe you want to run for office. Come on, be,
I beg your pardon?
maybe you want to run to be a state rep.
No. I'm not qualified. I'm not qualified for that.
Right. You don't ask us for our qualifications. You're right. Right. And all you have to do is be willing to work for $100 a year. Ashley, you get the last word.
So you've heard from me before, Ashley Tenhave from Merrimack, New Hampshire. This is probably the fifth or sixth time that this bill has come up before you guys in multiple different drafts and in multiple different ways. And if it's continuing to come up, then cases are continuing to come to the committee that writes these up. And if that's happening, then there's definitely a need for this. You know, if I didn't do some Googling, I wouldn't even have known about the committee. And it's not easy to find. There is no thing out there that just says, hey, if you're having an issue with your condo, go here, take a look at this. Everything is go to your board. So you go to your board. You don't get any resolution. You go to your management company. They say go to your board. You don't get any resolution. Then you go to the Attorney General's office. You fill out a form. Months go by, you don't hear anything. You call. Oh, yeah, we received your form. We're not sure how we're going to handle that because we don't have the staff. It's an over and over thing. And then you eventually just get told either by your association's lawyer or your management company or your board itself, you know what? You want this fixed, sue us. So then you're spending your money, and it's anywhere from $6,000 to $12,000 for a retainer. I'm sorry, but I don't know of a whole lot of people that are living in condos that have $6,000 to $12,000 to put down for a retainer, to go to a lawyer, to then take time out to go to court, to then hopefully be able to get that money back. This dispute board will cut all of that. And there's definitely a need. There are rogue boards out there. I would love to find a place that has a good board that follows every single law. And if we went through the whole process of, well, why are we going to build this board? Why are we going to do these laws if, they're not going to be followed? Well, why do we pass any law if it's not going to be followed? There are criminals everywhere. And we continue to pass laws and we continue to have courts that hear that. But for condos, it's different. You go to your board and then you're told to sue them. You don't want to sue the place that you live. You want to be able to enjoy the place you live. Having a dispute board to be able to go to hear this without having to go to court or take money out or try and get a lawyer that, you know, as you just saw earlier today, it's not easy to find a lawyer that's going to do this. You know, and I appreciate you getting us those names, but it's not easy for a homeowner to bring up a complaint against the board. And I'm saying that as a former board member and as a homeowner. You know, we hear a lot of homeowner complaints. Some of them are homeowner versus homeowner. Some of them are people not happy with the management company. Some of them are people not happy with the other board. But unless you've got something that's going to mitigate that and be that middle person, almost like a mediator type thing, you're not going to get anywhere. And like I said, the fact that this is continuing to come up and that people are continuing to go to this committee to say that there are issues with the laws or that there's issues with their boards and that boards are not following this law and that we are following the due process of going to our board, our management company, the AG's office, and then having to try and find a lawyer. Just the fact that they're continuing to hear this and that this bill keeps coming before you guys, there's an issue here and it needs to be addressed. Thank you.
And thank you for coming. Okay, having no more cards? Speak nor. All right, we will close the public hearing. And stay tuned for the subcommittee. I think this is an early bill, so we will be subbing this fairly soon. So with that. Jeez. Well, that's because you're probably staying overnight, right?